Motherfucker.
Space of the week. Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Holy shit. You might ask yourself, Bert, you don't strike me as the type of bloke that would watch the Oscars, let alone feature it in your thumbnail title. Well, I'm not going to disappoint you because I didn't watch a single frame. Are you kidding me? Spend 3 hours watching that shit? Never. I haven't watched the Oscars in... I can't remember the last Oscars I watched. Well, obviously, when I was still a walking brain-dead sheeple, right? So, yeah, but the whole hubbubaloo, oh, the commotion. And this comes to what we talk about, right? When we discuss who are the spokespeople for the enemies of humanity, the evil tribe, right? Who's carrying their water? How's this whole thing going down in the informational propaganda, air quotes, propaganda war, right? And it's not going well. And that trend continues. The commotion from a 30-second soundbite, right? Let's get right to it. Hold on a second, folks. Hold on a second. I thought I had this all ready to go, but apparently I didn't. All right. Shabbat shalom, everyone. All right. Stay with me. Stay with me now. But guys, please do me a favor. If you missed Saturday's stream, please watch it. Listen to it. That was easily one of my most important streams that I've done on this here kosher platform to date. If you didn't get a chance to listen to it on Saturday, please check out the replay. Okay, very important shit there. So how come you can't express? Okay, let's go right to it.
All our choices were made.
Oh, you know what? Hold on a second. Can I get an audio check? Can you guys give me a thumbs up if the audio is good, if it's not corrupted? We're good? Sapien, can you give me an audio check? Just give me a thumbs up if we're good. Yeah, all right. I got to wait because I'm on an excruciatingly long delay. All right, here we go.
All our choices were made to reflect and confront us in the present, not to say, look what they did then, rather look what we do now. Our film shows where dehumanization leads at its worst. It shaped all of our past and present. Right now, we stand here as men who refute their Jewishness and the Holocaust being hijacked by an occupation which has led to conflict for so many innocent people. Whether the victims of October...
They're begrudgingly clapping. Originally, they're not clapping, but it's because of the pro-Palestinian sentiment out there, right? That enough people did clap where you could actually hear them. And oh, the commotion. And oh, the commotion, right? So imagine that. That's what he said. And this is what this is the response.
Hi, everyone. It's absolutely disgusting to see how the Israeli hostages, including Israeli babies who are being held hostage by Hamas, were completely forgotten at the Oscars by those celebrities like Billie Eilish, who wore a red ceasefire now pin and said that it's a humanitarian cause so that babies don't die, but did not mention one Jewish baby where all of this started, the babies that were beheaded, the babies that were burned alive. And then that incredible movie about Auschwitz that I first saw in London, which is about the commandant at Auschwitz, Rudolf Hess, who lived right next door to the camp, and that house is still there. And it was such a powerful movie because you hear the sounds of the 10,000 Jews who were being cremated, gassed and cremated every day, but it never shows it to you. The horror is unbelievable. The fact that the three men who accepted the award for international film compared what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust was so demeaning, not just to themselves and the incredible movie they made.
I can't believe they did that either, because what's happening in Gaza today is so much worse, right? It's exponentially worse. There is no comparing.
Of the 6 million Jews who died in the Holocaust, to say that Israel, which was created as the first Jewish homeland in 2,000 years and was a haven for all those who survived the Holocaust and continues to be a haven, is the same as Gaza, which is ruled by Hamas, who slaughters the Palestinians, who slaughters Jews, who have a genocidal covenant to exterminate every Jew on earth, to compare that to Israel was disgusting. And now you know why so many people are just sickened. So many people are nauseated by the narcissism of Hollywood, the amorality, this disgusting wokeness, which is so much of it is so deeply anti-Semitic. It makes you want to...
Oh, so now he's anti-woke when he's totally woke, right? Shmuley can't keep his fucking lies straight. The despicable ginger goblin, right? The guy who's like a total LGBTQ on steroids propagandist and fucking facilitator, totally woke. You could call him woke AF, is now condemning wokeness because they're showing just a bit of sympathy towards the Palestinians. God forbid, right? Right? Is that what's going on here? I think so. So, I mean, look, guys, and what's this whole pin thing? Remember the pin? Well, first of all, let's go in order here.
Now at 5, breaking news, Hollywood's biggest night disrupted by protests.
Yeah, the Academy Awards started late after hundreds of people gathered throughout Hollywood to protest the Israeli-Hamas war, leading to delays for celebrities to arrive.
The LAPD has issued a citywide tactical alert and is warning people to stay out of the area. NBC4's Karma Dickerson joins us now live with the latest. Karma?
Well, protesters looking for a big stage, they certainly got one, disrupting traffic as celebrities descended on Hollywood for the Oscars. Take a look again at that video. Newsdropper 4 capturing the moments as protesters caused quite the scene. Taking a look at the rows of black SUVs and limos going back blocks, brought to a standstill by the protesters. Now, these demonstrations began at about 10:30 this morning at the intersection of Sunset and Highland. Protesters said they were looking to call attention to what they call Hollywood-supported Israeli actions against Palestinians in Gaza. The protests were co-sponsored by a coalition, including the U.S. Palestinian Community Network, Central CSO, National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, Black Lives Matter LA, the Free Democratic Palestine Movement, and the International League of People's Struggle. Organizers said their goal was to disrupt the Academy Awards. They certainly did that, at least starting it late. The LAPD said they issued a dispersal order for unlawful assembly. And we should mention there was also a separate march at around 2 o'clock in the same area. That one was sponsored by the Jewish Voice for Peace. And so that's something that's ongoing right now, and we're just continuing to monitor the situation. We did check in with police to see if there were any arrests. They have not announced any at this point.
Boom! Right? Now this whole pin, if you guys were, I don't know, bored or silly enough to watch the Oscars, you probably noticed the red pin a lot of celebrities were wearing.
For Artists for Ceasefire, we have so many artists here tonight wearing it. We're all calling for an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza. We're calling for the safety of everyone involved. And we really want lasting justice and peace for the Palestinian people. And so it's something that I think, even if a lot of that feels like a lot for people, we really want to say, like, let's just stop killing children. And there's so much there to process. And it feels like the easiest way to have a lot of the conversations people want to have is when there isn't, an active bombing campaign happening. And so we just had the State of the Union. Joe Biden called for a ceasefire, says that it's what we need, said that we need a Palestinian state. So these are really important things that I think a lot of us are being vocal about, at least from a human level, to try to appeal to people's hearts. Yeah.
Tell me about the...
Boom. All right. So Shmuley Boteau is obviously, he's not winning any arguments. He's not earning points for jury. He's doing the exact opposite. All these guys are. So I encourage Shmuley to make more videos, to go on more talk shows, to write more op-eds. You, my friend, are manna from heaven. You're a great boon to the anti-Jewish supremacist forces fighting this war. We love you, Shmuley. I mean, you're despicable and utterly revolting, but like I said, you do a lot of the work for us. So we appreciate that. As does Michael Rappaport, as does Alan Dershowitz, as does Dr. Eli Evil David, right? All these guys, just grotesque figures. And what are we involved in? We're involved in a much bigger war than just settling things down in the Middle East between Israel and the Palestinians. It's much bigger than that. This is a global issue, a global war. For we want to reclaim our reality. We don't want to jump through their kosher hoops and dance the Hava Nagila in an alternate reality that they have successfully imposed on us as reality. There's nothing natural about it. There's nothing correct about it. There's nothing truthful in it. And if you listen to Saturday's stream, our Shabbat stream, you would understand that, because they've successfully obscured, lying through omission, and obfuscated our real history and the correct chronicle. Because if anybody understood this, they would have an idea of what really happened. The enemies of humanity cannot let you know what really happened because it shows their guilt. Not the rank and file, but the committed, organized group, right? Look at their texts, their sacred texts. Look at their prophecies. It is all there for you. It's not hidden. They're not going to promote it. They're going to downplay the supremacist elements, which are almost impossible to ignore, starting with God's chosen status, right? I mean, right off the bat, you start off right on the wrong foot immediately from the word go, from the jump. Just as their founding patriarch, a fucking lying sack of shit that would cheat his own brother, deceive his dying father, and steal his birthright. This is the role model. This is their founding father, right? Right off on the wrong foot from the jump, from the word go. So you ask yourself, how in the fuck did they pull this off, right? How in the world have they managed to get this far? Well, that's a long and very complicated, but it's not that hard. It's not that complicated. When you have a dedicated group, right, that has accrued fabulous wealth, vast wealth, through usury, slave trade, commercial, mercantile interests over the course of time, and you have like this, what would you call it? A cabal, World Jewish Congress, right? Meeting of the minds, the Bilderbergs, whatever you want to call this, the fucking archons, the capstone of the pyramid. And you have you have a textbook, you have a blueprint, a template to get to what? To get from A to Z, to get to a destination that you desire. What is that destination, Bert? What do they want? They want the world and everything in it. A world of their own. 2,800 Gentile slaves per tribe. That the logistical nightmares involved in maintaining that, I don't even want to get into. It doesn't matter. Do I take it seriously? I do take it seriously. Do I believe it's going to happen? Of course not. Does it matter? Sure. We are fighting, we are combating, we are confronting supremacist evil. And it's in all its manifestations across history, through time, to the very present day. Whether it's Cheka Bolshevik Jews committing heinous, unspeakable atrocities throughout the teens, 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, up until the present day in Eastern Europe and Russia, in Ukraine, in the Muslim Caucasus. Unspeakable acts, evil beyond comprehension, totally obscured, totally hidden from the world. Did you read about it? Did you read about it in your history book? Are you familiar with the Red Terror? No, of course you're not. That's what we talked about on Saturday. And folks, I'm going to get to the replies. I'm fucking sick. And I take a day off on Sunday where I hardly, Sunday is my day of rest where I get away from all this bullshit. I don't post every now. I mean, I will do a tweet every now and then, but I take Sundays off from social media. I unplug and try to regain my sanity, if you will. But I'll get to the comments, and I'll address the comments. I'll put up the link. I'll provide the source material. I'll do all those things. I haven't gotten to it yet. I was busy. Obviously, the weekends is a very challenging time for me. You guys know my schedule. It's not pleasant. It's not easy. But there's a bigger picture, a much bigger picture, and it's a race. And we face an existential threat. And all of these things are coming into play right now. It's not just Gaza, although that is the most recent flashpoint. It's not just Gaza. So whether Biden's cynical plan for a pier, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to build a pier? Why don't you just tell the Israelis to open the fucking road, to open the gate and drive the trucks in? Why do we need to build a pier? Do you think any of these people you think the world is swallowing this nonsense? Of course not. It's lipstick on a pig. Okay, so you're going to send them thousands of bombs, the biggest bombs in our inventory of the 2,000-pound variety. You're going to veto ceasefires in the UN. You're going to facilitate the genocide, and at the same time, you're going to say, oh, we need to get more aid in there. And what did they do? They dropped fucking a crate on 5 Palestinians, including children, and fucking killed them in one of their airdrops. A cynical fucking PR stunt that has zero impact and has actually killed people. You could actually say that this airdrop has killed more people than it saved. And what do the Satanists do? They shoot white phosphorus munitions on the beaches when the airdrops when they do parachute in to burn them up. And this is okay. And nobody talks about this. And the settlers blockade the road so the trucks can't come in. And they throw parties and raves. And they bring in like jungle gyms and those inflatable fucking houses where the kids can jump in with all the balls, whatever you call those fucking things. And it's a carnival celebration. Preventing food from going in to starving civilians is a carnival atmosphere, much like these sick settlers that line up whenever there's an Israeli operation in Gaza, and they have like Super Bowl barbecue parties as they watch the bombs fall. Oh yeah, these are wonderful people. Christian values, everyone, on full display. We won't even get into the Telegram IDF fucking snuff accounts. We won't get into the TikTok videos where they're fucking making fun of starving Palestinians. What wonderful people these are. I am so happy they are our indispensable ally and our best friends around the world. Right. Yeah, only in Kosher Clown World. This is only a reality in Kosher Clown World. The rest of the world recoils in horror. So as more people are waking up and disconnecting from the Zion mainframe, the enemies of humanity make the kosher poop in their pants. Every day, we grow stronger, they grow weaker. The Kabbalah sorcery, the lies, the disinformation, the atrocity propaganda, the revisionist history, the common narratives, the victimization, the never again, the land without a people without a land, the Nakba that never happened, the Nakba denialism, while they call for a second Nakba. Well, did you believe? So the first one did happen, apparently. Of course it happened. The arrogance, the hubris, the child murder, the genocide, the cruelty, the inhumanity is fucking catching up with them. And thank you, Jesus, for that. Hallelujah! The war between good and evil is no fairy tale. It's very much real. And we are engaged in it right now. Nothing short. We are engaged in a sacred conflict. And you will be judged on where you stand. if you're going to be on the wrong side of history or you're going to be on the right side. You'll be judged, right? And a lot of us, look, the fact of the matter is this. We're kicking so much ass in deprogramming the sheeple that they don't know what to do. So what are they going to do now? They're going full bore to criminalize so-called anti-Semitism. They want us dead, but they know they can't kill us, right? Americans, Westerners. So they'll settle for throwing us in jail. And not that I concede that I'm an anti-Semite. I am not, because I am a Semite. I'm actually Semitic, motherfuckers. And it's not ridiculous and how inverted the reality is that they can label real Semites, anti-Semites, everybody's Hitler. Anybody that opposes them is a terrorist. Any criticism of them, right or wrong, is anti-Semitic, Jew-hating bigotry. So they want to go to war against reality. They want to go to war against the Constitution. They want to go to war against the First Amendment. They love cancel culture. Who created cancel culture? They love censorship. They love blacklists. They love smears and character assassination. Why? Because they can't handle the truth. Their lies cannot survive the scrutiny of the truth, of the light. They distort everything. White is black, good is evil, war is peace, freedom is slavery. We're engaged in this fight, man. We're not going anywhere. You know what? It is a zero-sum game. There is no nuance. We win, they lose. That's it. They want to lock horns into Mortal Kombat. Let's do it. Let's do it. If there has to be a winner, let freedom win. Let decency win. Righteousness win. If we don't win this war, and I'm very confident we will. I didn't think it was possible in my lifetime 5.5 months ago. I did not think it was possible in my lifetime. My whole mission statement was, hey, what happened here? Am I still here? My whole thing was I wanted to move the needle. I want to move the needle in my lifetime. Do the best I can, move the needle, leave my work, leave my content for posterity, and see what can happen. But now, at this point, trending every day, Jewish this, Jewish supremacy, Jewish that. Every day on Twitter, right now, what's happening? Jewishness is trending. Al-Aqsa is trending as we start Ramadan. And you know who is going to ramp shit up? They always ramp shit up during Ramadan. There was a huge attack on Iran overnight. A massive attack, sabotage attack, right? There was a drone attack into Israel. The Houthis actually did it, fired ballistic missiles into Israel overnight. The Iraqi resistance is active. Hezbollah is active as fuck, right? Hamas is still giving them all they can handle in Gaza. All they can handle. Defeating them. What is it? 80% of the tunnels are still intact? How is that possible? You ask yourself this. How is that possible? If they're on the ground, how are they not finding the tunnels? Didn't you ask yourself this question? If they have done a full invasion, how are they not finding these tunnels, right? Well, I'll tell you why. Because they're getting smoked. They're getting smoked. That's why. I'm going to wait till I get 3 or 4 people in the queue, and then we'll open up the phone lines.
Why do you weak-ass, as a Jews have Jewish in your profile, or Jew for ceasefire, I'm a Jew for Palestine in your profile? Why do you feel the need to explain that? You think you get good guy points for that bullshit? It shows how much you care, or how evolved you are from all the other Jewish people.
Yeah.
Weak-ass, self-hating. You have no knowledge of self. You could post as many watermelons and flags and explain this, that, and the third. But know this. If you were in Israel on October 7th, you would be raped, kidnapped, murdered, and had your homes burnt down with you and all your Jewish family in them, just like all the other Jews. If they had a chance, those radical jihadists, to get their hands on you, never, ever, 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 ever forget. You could post all you want, but if they had a chance, they would treat you as a Jew, you weak ass. Embarrassing you.
See what I'm talking about? They're drowning. They're absolutely drowning. This is a group that does not understand, has zero self-awareness, does not understand once you're in a hole, stop digging. Stop digging. The whole world loathes you because of your barbarity, your inhumanity. You're murdering children. How in the world can you possibly think you can spin the slaughter of over 26,000 women and children, civilians, innocents? How the fuck do you think you can spin that
Why do you
into somehow being the good guys? This is how deluded they are. Delusion, absolutely deluded, and pathological liars and cheats. Oh, but Bert, they pulled it off. What are we gonna do? It's all over. No, it's not all over, motherfucker. It's far from fucking over.
Let's start with the fact that Israel is lying about its objective in Palestinian territories. They're not out to defeat Hamas. They can't defeat Hamas. What they're out to do is to expunge all Palestinians from territory that they live on. They want it's a form of genocide. It's a form of extermination. The piece I wrote that you're showing right now, revisiting the October 7th Hamas attack, and Scott early on was right on top of this, pointing out that even though the Israeli propaganda machine kicked into overdrive almost immediately to portray this as some sort of blind rage attack by Hamas, that all they wanted to do was rape and kill and commit all sorts of heinous crimes, the reality was it was actually a pretty professional military operation on their part. The one goal was to attack military targets and kill Israeli military personnel, which they did. They knocked out 72 of the Golitsyn brigade, which is, at least a highly respected unit, or was. And then object number 2, capture as many civilians as possible. That's why all those cars that were mangled, burned messes that are stacked up in a junkyard look like they do, because Hamas had potential captives and hostages in them, and the Israeli Air Force blew those up, destroyed those. And then the news that's coming out, every day more news about the fact that it was the Israeli military killing civilians on October 7th. It was not Hamas. Hamas was not deliberately targeting and killing civilians. That was the Israeli occupation force. They were doing that. And it's not coming from Hamas people saying that. It's coming from Israelis who were there and who witnessed it. And then people say, oh, how could that be? Well, we've seen over the last week when the Israeli army shot and killed 2 of its own people, or 3 of its own people who had been hostages, who got away. They came out, no shirt on, naked from the waist up, waving a white flag, and they got shot. Two separate Israeli soldiers shot it. So this was not the fault of some knucklehead who just got a happy trigger finger. What this illustrates is that Israel has a shoot to kill against any Palestinian, armed or unarmed. And then, what's becoming apparent, there was a time where I used to have some respect for the Israeli military. They're a dangerous clown show across the board. The fact that these soldiers don't have proper rules of engagement, or the rules of engagement they have violate the rules of war, number one. They're not even good at their propaganda. They tried to create a propaganda video about 2 weeks ago, a week and a half ago, where they got all these guys, these Palestinians lined up in their underwear, claiming they're Hamas. They're not. And this chubby guy comes out from behind. Now, they're in their underwear. He's in his underwear. He's got an AK rifle in his left hand and an empty magazine in his right hand. And he walks up and puts it down. First question is, how do you disrobe somebody and then give them a damn gun? Who does that? I queried one of my buddies tonight he served in Vietnam with the Army. And his name is Larry too. I said, hey Larry, when you were going through basic training, didn't they instruct you that you first, when you capture someone from North Vietnam, that you strip them to their underwear and then you hand them a gun, right? And he goes, no, Of course not. But the best part of the story is that then you get another video, the same video it looks like, except this time the guy's got the rifle in his opposite hand. In his right.
Hey guys, if you put anything in the Jumbotron, I'm going to remove it. So I keep telling you guys that. You guys keep doing it. Just put it in the body, man. Put it in the body.
Yeah, I did already.
Nothing
I wanted to get that out.
on the Jumbotron. Nothing will stay on the. Somebody just put something else on there. I'm going to remove that.
There's a lag from when you do it to when you're told.
All right, let's go with. I'll open it up here. Brother B, hello.
Good morning, Al.
Good morning.
And good morning, my fellow space cadets. My name's Brian. I'm a Palestinian. We're all Palestinians. And how was your weekend, Al?
Good, buddy. Good. Thank you.
Were you able to step away for a little bit, get some clear your mind a little bit? I know I did. This is some serious business. I had to take a day off, kind of, just Sunday. Do some stuff. Yeah. I take Sundays off. There you go. Yeah. All right, man. Well, what I was gonna say, I was listening about how callous, like, of course, Michael Rappaport, what a troll. But I came across this young man on YouTube. His name is Hamza Saada, HAMZAHSAADA. I hope I'm pronouncing his name correct, but he does a call-in show. He's a young Palestinian American, and all these Israelis call in from Israel, and he says, "Oh, I'm a Palestinian," and it, like 10 to 1, they have. I mean, these are young, like teenagers and stuff, and a few adults, but mostly young people, and the contempt they have for the Palestinians. The brainwashing has been really in effect over there, and it's just very. I sent it to your DM on your Twitter DM. You can take a look, but he's pretty interesting. That he just takes these calls and he asks him, "Oh, where are you from?" "Oh, I'm from Israel." He goes, "Oh, I'm Palestinian," and then it's like, oh my gosh, it's really exposing the brainwashing that these. What's going on over there. They really consider the Palestinians subhuman.
And it's not just the Palestinians, it's everybody outside their ethno-religious class.
Yeah, well, I've seen the Christians be spit on too, and all that. But this is a young Palestinian American guy. Looks like he's in his mid-20s, maybe early 30s, and he has this show. And I said it. You can check it out when you get a chance. It's pretty interesting. Good material there. But I just wanted to say happy Ramadan to all my Muslim brothers and sisters out there. Is that how you do it? Do you say a happy or blessed Ramadan, or is that how you do it? I'm not sure.
I'm not Muslim, but I would say
I think
happy Ramadan would probably be okay.
Yeah. All right. Well, like I said, this is all new to me, because I've been a victim of the brainwashing, with everything. I've only been awake a few years myself, like 2019, I think I started to kind of wake up that maybe these elections aren't real, and this guy Trump is not the good guy, and we're not the good guys. Like, I started to wake up, getting some good content from Adam Green and Bradley Dean, Sons of Liberty, some of these. The Great American Vagabond, man, keep him in your prayers. He's under serious attack because he's getting sued. The IRS is coming at. They're trying to take away his assets, like some they're starting to turn up the heat, is what my point is. They're starting to really turn the screws on anybody who's talking about what's going on and being truthful about it. So
that's why I don't even so much as jaywalk, dude. That's why. Thank you, Brother B. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Let's go to Luke. Luke, hello.
Hello. How you going?
How you doing there, mate?
Just doing some family stuff before my dad leaves town. Hey, did you see, I can't put in the Jumbotron, but check out the blue pill. These fucking IDF scumbags, they're pulling up their Jeep, backing it up to the front door of a house in the West Bank, so hoping that no one would see them put a 7-year-old girl in the back without her parents. They're arresting 7-year-old girls and taking them to do God knows what.
Dude, they arrest toddlers. They break the arms like a rock throwing, sling throwing Palestinian youth. The common thing to do is to break their arms.
Yeah,
right?
I speculate they probably killed all the parents and just took the 7-year-old girl away for God, to be tortured and God knows what else.
Yeah, it's full on mask off, and this is what I mean. I don't get it. I don't even understand.
There's no Hamas in the West Bank. I mean, this is just all Jewish. How are they going to explain it?
Right, Hamas does not govern the West Bank. They only govern Gaza. So how do you explain the 500 killed, 400 plus killed in the West Bank in the last 5 months? How do you explain that the state-sponsored terrorism by Israel and its vicious settlers in the West Bank? How do you explain it? You can't. So put all the.
How do you explain Ben Gvir handing out M16 to those paramilitary settlers? It's like, just think of Hitler giving the brown shirts guns. It's like, there's no difference.
I don't like to use the Nazi references because we've been lied to about that so much, and so it's been so distorted that let's go with this as the epitome of all that is evil, or the Czech Soviet Jews. Let's go with that.
Oh, DD Politics, that's Scrag. In a space, she was saying none of that ever happened. And she was saying the Gulag Archipelago was debunked. And she's running all the pro-Palestine spaces. What a disgrace.
She's not running all the pro-Palestine spaces.
Yeah, she's in lots of them, though.
Hers. Yeah, she runs hers. And I've gotten into it with her. I've gotten into it with her. I challenged her to a debate publicly. I was on her space, and I publicly challenged her. Nothing. She wants to debate in her own space. I said, let's go to a neutral.
I hacked her space.
I said, let's go to a neutral channel, a debating channel, whatever, it's a Crucible, Killstream, whatever. The other, there's like 2 or 3 others. They're fucking escaping me. Let's go on there. And because she wouldn't let me talk, she would mute my mic.
Too. They kept muting me, but I got shifty. I blocked all web traffic coming into my phone and allowed the VoIP traffic only to work. And when Twitter tries to, when you boot it out of a space, Twitter tells your web app to leave the multi-conferencing unit. And if I block the Twitter from talking to my web app, then I can stay talking in the space and they can't kick me out. So I literally hijacked their space with my IT skills, and they were absolutely freaking out, and they couldn't friggin' mute me. And because we had DD Politics.
If they blocked you,
they couldn't kick me out of the space. They had to shut down the whole space because they couldn't kick me out of it. I glitched Twitter. It was epic. It happened yesterday.
But why can't they block you?
They had to shut down the whole space. Blocking me wouldn't do any difference.
Oh, okay. So you were
it was a glitch with Twitter. It's an IT thing, okay?
You were block proof. I get it.
No. I blocked Twitter from sending the command to my phone to kick me out of the voice chat. Okay, I've got a rooted Android phone. I can do things you can't do. Anyway, so I did this stunt, and I had a captive audience, and they couldn't mute me because they were muting me for fun. So I said, that's it. I'm going to teach them a lesson. And I went absolutely to town on them because they were actually making up pedophile fantasies about me. We had this Mitch F character saying I was convicted in Australia for child porn. So I pull out my Australian Federal Police criminal, convictions history report. It said, Luke McKee's never had any convictions in the last 15 years in Australia. I've got no criminal record anywhere in the world. And it's disgusting how these dirty Jews with dirty Jewish minds make pedophilia fantasies about me as their only way to attack me. I mean, it's disgusting.
Of course it's disgusting. And once again, this is, it's a big problem, right? It's a big problem.
And DD platforms, these dirty-minded, evil Jews.
Yes, we get it, Joe. We get it.
And another thing he did.
I'm trying my best here, Luke, to stay viable. Please, okay?
I get it.
All right. I get it. Tribist, We get it. Jay, get it. Get it. Thank you, Luke. Let's go to Sapien. Hello.
Hi, Albert. Thank you for having me. And I want to also thank brother B. So so we say either Happy Ramadan, or what's most common, we say Ramadan Mubarak, which means blessed Ramadan. And in the occasion, I invite you all to fast, at least a day, just to, out of compassion and sympathy with the Palestinians suffering from hunger right now in Gaza. So which is just fasting from physical intakes, water, food, smoke, intercourse, and also talking about people, backbiting, etc., from dusk to dawn to dusk. So at least a day. So I all invite you all. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Sapien. Appreciate that. Hey, remember this guy? Well, before I go back to Ritter.
It isn't a question whether I felt it. The fact is that American Jews...
Tricky Dickie Nixon.
And I understood that. And the fact is that every Jewish prime minister that I have known has enlisted American Jews to bring as much pressure as possible in the political process on American presidents. That's understandable. I don't object to it. Now, a president must not go along with it on occasion, because some...
Yes,
let me explain something about what is called the Jewish lobby in this country. In the first place, Jews, understandably in the United States, because of what happened in World War II, because of the Holocaust, are going to put first priority on the survival of Israel. Now, as good Americans as they are, they believe that America's survival and security is directly related to Israel's. In other words, their belief is that being for Israel first means that does not mean you're putting America second, because they think it goes together. An American president, however, has to approach it in a different way, in my opinion. He's got always to think first of what is best for America. And that's true whether it has to do with the Israelis.
No, Dick, that's anti-Semitic. How could you possibly want to put America first? Don't you know that's anti-Semitic? What's wrong with you? He's a vicious anti-Semite. Can't believe he's saying this.
Irish or the Germans or what have you, or the Poles, etc. Usually what is best for America is also best for Israel and vice versa. But on occasions, for example, an American president must make a decision that does not in effect give the Israelis a blank check. And one example of that is the decision that I made. I decided early on in our administration that we were going to seek good relations with Egypt and others of Israel's neighbors. Many of my Israeli friends didn't like that because they wanted a special relationship with Israel and Israel only. But I have always said that Israel's interests are better served to have the United States a friend of Israel's neighbors and potential enemies, and to leave a vacuum which the Soviet Union would fill. I still believe that, and I think that should be American policy today.
Yep. Richard Milhouse Nixon, ladies and gentlemen.
But do the Israelis have any alternative when they continue to send these suicide bombers into places?
All right. This is Charlie Rose, the fucking sexual deviant piece of shit, on December 4th, 2001, interviewing another president, Jimmy Carter, who just lost his wife recently, and this guy's been like in and out of hospices. He's blessed. Let's put it that way. He's been alive for a very long time, and he does a lot of good work. A lot of good work. Habitat for Humanity.
Does it that kill women and children not to strike back? I mean, is there any alternative?
There has to be some striking back, but I wrote another book called Talking Peace, and I describe the fact that every conflict, whether it's between a husband and a wife, or a father and a son, or students on a campus, or ultimately between two nations, or between Israelis and Palestinians, is caused by the same thing. It's an element of misunderstanding and animosity and hatred and even violence that has to be recognized as not fruitful. Neither side can prevail. And then stepping back and trusting some intermediary if necessary to respect one another long enough to seek peace. And then during the mediation process, which I used at Camp David, and still use, every time either side makes a concession, they have to be convinced they gain is greater than what they're giving up. And at the end, both sides have to feel that they have won. Was a case with a treaty that still exists. But the biggest step is for the two antagonists who despise each other and who can justify violence, has to say, well, violence is not going to prevail, which takes a lot of courage, a lot of political courage. And then to say, let's take a chance on peace. And this means reversing previous commitments and even the previous Menachem Begin, who I think was the hero at Camp David.
Oh, than Saddam?
I think so. I think Begin gave up more and yielded more changes in his previous commitment because he had been
But he got something very important. He got a peace treaty with an Arab nation.
With the Arab nation.
With the Arab
who had
nation,
been to war 4 times in the previous 25 years before I got involved in it. But Begin had been what the world considered to be a terrorist. He was the head of an organization called Irgun, and they had deliberately set off a bomb in the King David Hotel that killed 96 innocent people who were just guests in the hotel. And ultimately, he was the one that went to Camp David and said, okay, we will stop our settlements and we will withdraw our military and political forces from the West Bank and Gaza. We'll honor United Nations resolutions in order to get peace.
What would be the agreement that you would make?
The same thing as an official policy of the United States and the...
All right, so that was from 2001. Now this is Charlie Rose and Jimmy Carter again, just 9 years later, right? 2010.
And the
United Nations
Quartet
and the Arab Initiative from Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Hey, Charlie, when you ask somebody a question, you might want to let him answer instead of fucking running over him. I hated this fucking guy. I really did.
Everybody knows essentially what it's going to be.
Exactly. That Israel will withdraw to the 67 borders, pre-67 borders, with some modifications, no negotiating. Maybe swap 2% of the land, to the
trade land here for trade land there, right,
yeah.
right, in order to give them some of the settlements around Jerusalem.
And one thing that I wouldn't do that the Arab leaders have demanded is the right of Palestinians to return to Israel. I think that the right of return ought just to apply to Palestinians coming back into Palestine.
Yeah, so they couldn't go into what is now Israel, but they go.
That's right.
They only go back into.
Except in special cases where the Israeli government
would
approved.
the Palestinian accept? They think that Yasser Arafat would have accepted that.
I think Arafat would probably have accepted it.
What do you think the public perception is of how you view? I mean, this is a book called Palestine, Peace, Not Apartheid. I've read what some people have said, and they believe that you have, to use a word some others use, that you're more sympathetic to the Palestinian side than the Israeli side. Do you understand that criticism? And where do you... How do you...
I don't agree with it at all. Charlie, I would say that in the last 30 years of my life, if I listed all of the foreign policy goals that I would like to have achieved, bringing peace, permanent peace to Israel would be at the top of my list. I've devoted more of my time, more of my study, more of my effort to bring peace to Israel, and with a commensurate peace to their neighbors, than any other single subject. And the reason for writing this book is really basically to bring peace, a permanent peace to Israel within their own legal borders, living side by side with a Palestinian state in harmony with one another.
You're in favor of a two-state solution?
Absolutely.
Why do you say peace, not apartheid?
Well, I don't say just that. You left out the first word.
Palestine.
Well, Palestine distinguishes the word apartheid from Israel. I don't allege in any way that within the nation of Israel there's any element of apartheid. In the occupied territories, there is a profoundly disturbing proof of apartheid in its worst form. And I would say it's much more damaging in some ways to the Palestinians under the subjection of domination of Israel, even than the black people suffered in South Africa. So I use the word advisedly of apartheid in Palestine. I also use two other words in there. Peace is what I prefer, not apartheid. And I believe that it's entirely possible for Israel to have peace, for the Palestinians to have peace, if Israel ever adopts the policy of a majority of Israelis to swap occupied territory, which belongs to the Palestinians, in favor of having peace for themselves. You know as much about this as I do. There are three key issues: Jerusalem, territory, and return. The return of Palestinians who have been displaced in 1948 and 1967 primarily. And all three of those things have to be part of a final agreement. And return was put on the shelf. And
at the time of the Barak.
That's right.
Negotiation, right.
And you have to remember, too, that the entire world, including the United States, does not recognize that East Jerusalem belongs to Israel. East Jerusalem is looked upon legally, by the United States even, as occupied territory.
By the United States?
By the United States, yes. We recognize United Nations Resolution 242 and 338 and the others that say that. But, so you can't accept the premise, if you're a Palestinian, that Israel has a right to give you certain little parts of East Jerusalem and so forth. So eventually, those three issues can have to be resolved. And I don't think it's an impossibility at all.
Do you think that they will ever be able to reach some agreement on Jerusalem? Because if you listen to Arafat, he's saying one thing. And if you listen to Rabin, he's saying something quite different.
Well, I think the answer is yes.
And what would it be?
Well, at Camp David,
this is 93, right? This is now. This is a 1993 year. They're saying this.
Crafted a paragraph about Jerusalem. Begin accepted it, and Sadat accepted it. As the days percolated by, both of them got very nervous because they were, plowing new ground, you might say, in the overall Camp David Accord. So both of them came to me independently and said, Mr. President, please leave out the paragraph on Jerusalem. So I got some nice deals from them.
Because you were willing to leave
I was willing to leave it out. Yeah. Well, basically, it said that Jerusalem would never be divided, that the holy places would be sacrosanct and would be operated by the believers in that particular faith, and that there would be a joint committee that would manage the affairs of East Jerusalem, the collection of garbage and the repair of the streets, things of that kind. That's such a sensitive issue still, though, that I think it's going to be one of the last things on which they will agree. But if the Palestinians and the Israelis can just prove during this scheduled interim period that they can live in harmony, live in peace, get to trust each other, reduce the level of violence, I think it'll make it much easier in the future to work out a common agreement on East Jerusalem. I don't think any Israeli that would be willing to separate Jerusalem into two parts or to give up a strong voice in the permanent arrangement of Jerusalem's affairs.
When you start talking about words like sovereignty, it becomes very sticky.
Well, one of the big arguments that Begin and Sadat had, I tried to get Sadat to yield on this at an early morning walk before daybreak, as a matter of fact, and that is whether the flags of the individual entities could fly over the holy places. Sadat insisted the flags must fly, and Sadat said no flag can fly in East Jerusalem except the Israeli flag. So finally we backed away from Jerusalem.
Do you believe that that kind of agreement has not been put on the table yet?
No, it hasn't.
Because of the East Jerusalem factor and because of the right of return.
And
the right of return.
Right of return. And the right of return issue is now being discussed in private sessions, not official sessions. But the right of return doesn't mean that all Palestinians who ever lived there and all their descendants can come back to the same area, because this would make the Jews in Israel a minority. But there has to be some international commitment for, I would say, adequate and fair compensation. And the thing that gives me some hope that my prayers will someday be answered and we'll have peace in the Holy Land is that the Israeli mothers and the Palestinian mothers and the Lebanese mothers.
You know, it's funny. There's nothing holy about it, right? There's nothing holy. It's just a piece of real estate.
And the Jordanian mothers and the Syrian mothers want peace. And eventually there will be two enlightened leaders, I pray God, that will be wise enough and courageous enough to say, let's work out something that's fair and just to both sides.
Boom, boom. We dig it. We dig Jimmy Carter here. We think Jimmy Carter's a righteous guy. We haven't had a humanitarian, a decent fucking president since, right? Let me get this bozo. Oh, wait a second. All right. Yeah. Step right up. Don't be shy, guys. If you got something to say, if you got a question, if you got a thought you want to share, step right up. Let's go back to Ritter. I got a lot. This is what happens. I have some stuff I want to share with you guys, and I get through maybe like a third of it, a quarter of it, because I like to let the conversations and the audience participation drive the space, right? And we go there. We don't know where we're going to go. We let the callers and the dialogue lead us, right? I knew I was going to talk about the Oscars, and that's why I put the thumbnail, and that's why I changed the thumbnail a lot of times, right? What happened with Ritter? Oh, here it is.
In the magazines on the left hand. So they were staging this. And you got to step back and say, what amount of pot or narcotic were they on when they thought this up? Because it makes them look stupid. They are stupid for doing it. So the entire point of my piece is just that what we've seen is a military that's out of control, that's unprofessional, that's poorly trained, that's poorly led, and they are wantonly killing civilians.
Amen.
Scott, if you want to jump in.
I mean, literally, I think, Larry said it all. Look, the Israelis have their policy is
evil
to commit genocide against the Palestinian civilians. They have a doctrine, the Dahia doctrine, named after the West Beirut suburb that they blew away in 2006 because Hezbollah kicked their butts on the battlefield. So they said, well, if we can't beat them militarily, we'll punish the civilians so much that they'll never allow Hezbollah to fight us again. How's that working out, Israel? But then they implemented that repeatedly against the Palestinians. And what we're seeing right now is basically Israel knows that it can't militarily defeat Hamas. I mean, I'm not on the battlefield, but I could just tell you that common sense dictates that when an opponent that is well prepared as Hamas was, and Larry, this attack on October 7th was one of the finest military raids conducted in modern history. The intelligence and preparation, the training, the tactics of Hamas were, impeccable. They had fantastic intelligence. They knew what they wanted to do. They know who they wanted to do it to, where they needed to go. They knew the timings, and they executed it. Then they came back. The reason why they took all those people hostage was to create bait. And then you create so that Israel now has to come into your battlefield. Now, if you took all the time and effort to plan this October 7th event, do you think that, and you were trying to lure Israel in, do you think maybe that you had prepared this trap, that you were anticipating what Israel could do? Of course they did. They knew that Israel was going to bomb the living crap out of the above ground. That's okay from Hamas perspective because A, you create cities of rubble that now make it impossible for Israel to operate effectively. They should have learned that from, say, Stalingrad or, Monte Cassino. You have 500 kilometers of tunnels that aren't just haphazard. These tunnels have been thought out in advance. Majority of these tunnels don't terminate on the surface. If you take a look at the Hezbollah videos, when their guys are emerging, you'll see that they've had to open up the thing and clear out about 6 to 8 feet of earth to get out of the tunnel. Why? Because the Israelis can't come in with some basic, ground penetrating radar and detect it. And what happens here when Israel clears out their berm area where their guys are sitting in the middle resting with alleged security around? Hamas pops up right in the middle of it. Okay, thank you very much. Bap, 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 back down. Then they blow the tunnel so that it doesn't connect with anything. Hamas has prepared this battlefield for a decade. They know exactly what to do. There's no way this Israeli conscript force. What's the average age of an American Marine major?
Probably 32.
Yeah, not 23 though.
Right.
Yeah. Okay, so you got these Israeli majors, field grade officers, 23. What's the average age of, say, a staff sergeant?
Yeah, about 28, 29.
But not 19.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we got to understand is you have this army, this Israeli conscript army, that is putting people in command.
That sucks.
Look, when I was a captain, I was pretty good. Not bragging, but I was okay. I was all right. But I have to tell you, every time somebody hit me with a problem, I went, Gunny, come in here and educate the captain, please. And the only reason why I was really good is I had really good staff NCOs who backed me up, who kept me doing the right thing, who didn't hesitate to come in and say, Skipper, you don't want to do that. Why not? Yeah, you're right. And things work. Now, imagine a 19-year-old sergeant A 19-year-old sergeant. That means he was conscripted at 18. He's gone through a year of training, and now he's a sergeant. And he's going to be advising his 23-year-old major about all the...
Oh, by the way, if you kvetch about hearing me blow my nose while the recording's going on, and you tell me not to do it, I'm going to block you. I'm going to block you as to dissipate the annoyance level I have to deal with, right? And I've done that, believe it or not. I'm going to do a whole space on the fucking crazy people that we have to deal with as content creators. I'm going to do a space on that.
Experience he has, all the extensive combat. The Israeli army is a joke.
Yep.
It's a literal joke. They're good at beating up 10-year-old boys.
Yep.
They're good at raping girls. They're good at murdering women, and that's all they're good at. They're not good at fighting. They're really not good at fighting. Russians who fought in Mariupol, fought in Bakhmut, are looking at the tactics that the Israelis are using in Gaza and saying they'd all die. If you took those Israelis and put them in Bakhmut or Mariupol, they'd all die. Now, I know that they're not fighting, a large conventional army, but their tactics suck. They suck.
Yeah.
And it's not just that they're bad soldiers. They're bad people.
Yeah.
Come to what Larry talked about.
Okay. So listen, man, I love what Scott Ritter is doing. I think he is really, he's probably the bravest American former service guy that's a somebody, UN weapons inspector, blah, 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 blah. He's at the vanguard of this, right? Doing what we're doing. He's definitely on our side. He's on our team. He'll be able to fondly look back at his life, and his children will have a very good memory of him, of being on the side of just and right, on the right side of history, for sure. For sure. An American hero.
The murder of those 3 Israelis proves that the Israeli army has shoot to kill orders. And you know what's interesting about that? It's a war crime, a literal war crime. You're not allowed to do this. They do it. They have a doctrine called the gospel, or not a doctrine, but a plan called the gospel plan, the Hosberg plan. It's AI generated. They've broken Gaza down into target packages determined by a computer that says, when you drop a bomb on here, this is how many civilians you kill. Why the hell do you need to know how many, or predict how many civilians you kill? And then you drop the bomb anyways, because your whole purpose is to kill
civilians. Right.
That's
why they're keeping the track.
And here's the sickest part. Joe Biden has given them a green light to kill as many Palestinians as they can up until the end of the year. And that's what's going to happen. Not because Israel thinks they can defeat Hamas. They can't. They know Hamas is going to survive this conflict. What they're trying to do is terrorize the Palestinian people so much that when this is over, the Palestinian people will never let Hamas do on October 7th again. And it's going to backfire, because the Palestinian people have rallied around Hamas like they've never rallied behind them before. If there was an election today in Palestine, Hamas would win across the board. 76% support right now.
And this, they use that justification and that support to rationalize the genocide, to rationalize that this whole thing, that there are no uninvolved, there are no civilians in Palestine. They are all Hamas. So that way they can justify their genocide and their sick Jewish supremacist evil.
That's why BB said he's happy when Hamas got elected. It's on their record from WikiLeaks.
Exactly, Luke. Exactly.
That's amazing. You can't destroy them militarily. Politically, you've empowered them, and the Palestinian people are behind them. This has backfired like you wouldn't believe on Israel. And Israel's suffering what I call a strategic defeat right now. And if they're not careful, the whole solution was always, the solution, the school book solution was always a 2-state solution. Everybody talked about 2-state solution. Oslo was premised on a 2-state solution. Well, Netanyahu has just admitted that he was never going to let that happen. He's been sabotaging it from day one. And the Israeli behavior right now, no one can ever trust Israel again. Israel has destroyed its reputation. It is a disgusting, despicable, genocidal regime that will never change. The day of Yitzhak Rabin is over. He was assassinated by a Netanyahu supporter, and Israel has fundamentally changed. I think Israel's talked itself into a one-state solution, and it ain't the one that Israel thinks it wants to have. Because I honestly believe what Israel's done is guarantee that in a decade there won't be an Israel. There'll be a Palestine. Jews will be welcome to live in there. But you'll find that when the Palestinian state is created, that many of these Zionists will flee because they don't want to live in peace with Palestinians. They are what I call the Brooklyn Jew class, and I don't mean that there's nothing anti-Semitic in that. Brooklyn Jews, that's it, class of people who feel free to fly into Israel and go to the West Bank and murder people and steal their homes and steal their land. And when confronted about this, they say,
but Scott, that's isn't that Jewish privilege? Isn't that Jewish privilege though?
The courts back us up. The soldiers there. These are Americans who go to Israel to murder Palestinians and steal their land. They aren't going to stay in Israel. They're going to try and come back to America.
They're already leaving. They're already coming back in droves.
You're not welcome back here. You're on your own. But it's over for Israel. I think Israel has talked itself out of existence. That's the real implication.
Talked and conducted itself in such a despicable manner.
Back to October 5th, and you had done a survey of the Arab Muslim countries in the Middle East. You'd find that Hamas was not very popular in Egypt. Hamas was not popular, not much support in Saudi Arabia at all. Ditto for
Jordan,
and for Turkey. What Israel has done in the last 3 months is they've turned Hamas into a sympathetic figure, or at least one that the Egyptians, the Saudis, the Jordanians, and the Turks have to pay attention to. If for no other reason, just to placate the guy in the street that's really upset by what they're seeing Israel do to the Palestinian civilians. So it has actually made Hamas stronger. That's the irony of this. It's made Hamas stronger, not weaker. And, you know, Israel's got this in their mind. They think that they can always kill their way out of something. And it's like they decided, I think it wasn't Netanyahu just announced that maybe they were going to do like Munich 2. You know, in the aftermath of the Munich Olympics, they sent out hit teams to kill all the perpetrators. Well, you know, number one, it was basically a failure as a mission because they killed a waiter up in Norway who wasn't even involved, had nothing to do with it. And
you don't even want to know what really happened in that so-called terrorist attack in the Munich Olympics.
They didn't get them all. And when the operation was over, it didn't stop the terrorist attacks. And so, I mean, the goal of using force is ultimately to stop the attack. You know, I'm a firearms trainer, and I teach people, you never draw your gun and point it at someone unless your life is in imminent danger. And then if you have to point your gun and fire, but make sure you stop the threat. Once the threat's over, gun back in the holster. Well, Israel's never learned that. This policy of killing civilians it's going to cost them. You know it's bad when a friend of mine, she's Jewish, she's a daughter of a Holocaust survivor, and I was at her house 2 nights ago. They had sort of a holiday party, and she comes up to me and whispers, she goes, I'm watching what's going on over there, and the Israelis are doing to the Palestinians what the Nazis did to my mother. You know it's bad when you got a Jewish lady who's a Holocaust survivor who's making that comparison.
We're living in
we're
living in unusual times. This is all unprecedented. This is going. Okay, let's go here.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. There's a few stories I wanted to talk about today, but let's start with Joe Biden's plan that he announced at the State of the Union address the other day. I think it was on Friday, where he said that they're planning to construct a temporary pier off the port of Gaza, or off the coast of Gaza, supposedly to assist with the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians. I mean, the criticism just writes itself. You want to somehow demonstrate to the world that you actually care about the victims of the genocide, that you are arming, you are funding, you are supporting and enabling in every conceivable way, and after you have vetoed repeatedly every ceasefire resolution that came to the United Nations that could have brought a halt to the mass murder that you and your client state are committing. Are you serious? Could you just not think of another way to insult the intelligence of the world?
Exactly.
Or are you really that out of touch Are you seriously that out of touch that you think, you actually believe that this completely cynical and empty...
And after we're done with my man here, we're going to talk about how out of touch this clueless, genocidal, dementia, pedo, Joe, he has so many monikers, does he not?
Gesture. Anyone in the world that you have good intentions. I mean, I can't even take it seriously as a gesture. Biden didn't consult with the Israelis. He didn't consult with the Palestinians, as far as we know. He just unilaterally and seemingly at the spur of the moment decided to announce that the U.S. military is going to build some sort of floating pier off the coast of Gaza in the Mediterranean Sea. It doesn't even bear the hallmarks of an actual plan. Even if we naively assume that they actually mean it, that they really mean it, then what does that mean? What does that show, except how completely the U.S. has lost control of Israel? How Netanyahu has gone completely rogue at this point, completely off the leash, and the U.S. is helpless to stop him. I mean, you're either unwilling or unable to stop it. There's no other conclusion you can reach. And
exactly.
One of those is a very good look. I mean, every move the U.S. makes halves their influence in the Middle East. It reduces it by orders of magnitude. It's like when an iPad battery goes from 30% to 5% in the blink of an eye. And how does that look exactly? Sliding up to the coast of Gaza to help deliver aid while your client state is continuously bombing. It's like someone who has some crazy spouse who's just spewing abuse and profanity at guests at a dinner party. So then the husband starts texting, privately, secretly, texting everybody, I'm sorry she said that. Because he's too emasculated to confront his spouse and put her in check.
Yep.
But of course, no one really has any question about whether it's a matter of being unable or being unwilling. We all know what it is. The 4 vetoes against ceasefires in 5 months resolves any ambiguity about that. The continuous pumping of money and weapons into Israel answers that question once and for all for everybody.
Yep.
I mean, if I had to, the most positive spin you could possibly make on this plan is that it does signal a breakdown in the relationship between America and Israel. And there is a breakdown in that relationship. And there's a breakdown in that relationship because the whole world is holding America responsible for the genocide.
Right.
As well they should. And they're holding American companies responsible for the genocide. The whole world is turning away from Western businesses. Because as I've said since October 7th, Zionism is bad for business. Support for Zionism is bad for business. And complicity in genocide is fatal for business. And the OCGFC are siding, and will always tend to side, with overwhelming popular opinion in the Global South. And by overwhelming, what I mean is popular opinion that cannot be overcome by propaganda. And what's happening in Gaza cannot be obscured. You can't fool anyone who's outside of your highly controlled indoctrination system that you have in the West. And
right.
What the Americans and what the Israelis are doing in Gaza is having reverberations all around the globe.
This cannot be overstated, right? The waning influence of America and being associated with the genocide is it's a death blow. It's a death blow, right? And everybody outside of the Rothschilds, kosher, fake stream media in the West, everybody outside the Western Hemisphere, and most of the people inside the Western Hemisphere, but everybody outside of that sees this for what it is, and there is no fucking complexity or nuance, or it's a tough situation. They've been fighting for thousands of years. Nobody has these fucking attitudes outside of the Western Hemisphere, the kosher West, right? China, Asia, Russia, they're all horrified across the world. Even in occupied Western Hemisphere countries, we stand up against this. It's the world against America and Israel and the UK is basically what it is. That's basically where you are. And it's reflected in the fucking veto vote.
There's nothing you can do about that. So on some level, I think that the U.S. is trying to both save face and trying to distance itself from its own client and from its own actions. Like, yes, we vetoed the ceasefire resolution, that's true, but it isn't because we don't care. You see, we're going to make sure, we're doing all we can to make sure that aid reaches those poor people whom we're slaughtering. SubhanAllah, they are so severely out of touch with the rest of the world They're so severely deluded about the extent to which their credibility has completely evaporated globally. They have no clue how grotesque they look to the world right now. It's like a zombie who thinks he's still as handsome and as charming as he was before he died and became a rotting corpse.
Exactly.
He can't understand why everyone's trying to avoid him now. I mean, seriously, at this point, they should just put that insignia for toxic waste on the American flag instead of the stars, because that's how everyone sees it. Okay, now there are a few stories that I want to look at, combine them together, because they all relate to Saudi Arabia.
All right. I don't want to go there right now. I want to stay with this delusional thinking right now. I want to stick with the delusional thinking.
And Alistair Kroko joins us now. Alistair, it was a pleasure to be with you and your family, and thank you very much for joining us today. You have another interesting piece out asking whether or not the President of the United States and his administration with respect to foreign affairs, particularly Israel, is out of touch with reality. And you begin the piece by saying the Biden administration has had enough. Enough of what?
Well, Netanyahu. They seem to project everything onto Netanyahu, all their frustrations, what happened in Michigan with the protest vote of uncommitted. All of these things are being, if you like, blamed onto Netanyahu. And so they organized, actually, during this period, the first stages of a soft coup against Netanyahu. They invited Gantz, but outside of all protocol. The government in Israel was not informed of the trip at all. He went to Washington and to London, and I think he was being lined up. It was very clear that the agenda that he was given was one that would normally be reserved for a prime minister or a prime minister in waiting. And so it was expected that he was going to say the right things on his trip, and he didn't. He said something quite different. He said, you know, I quite agree with Netanyahu on Rafah. Yeah, we're going to go in. We have to go in. There's no question of that. And the sort of bewildered interlocutors, Harris, Sullivan, said, but what about 1.2 million Palestinians? And he said, that's not the issue. We're going in. And finally, he said very clearly, and this left them with, I think, their mouths gaping open. He said, look, I wouldn't mind being prime minister. Fair enough. I quite like the job, yes. But let me tell you that if you're trying to divide and rule in the Israeli government, don't waste your time. Because even if I became prime minister, my policies wouldn't be any different from those of Netanyahu. And you can imagine the shock and the sort of jaw drop, because, you know, everyone thought, you know, we've only got to get rid of Netanyahu, and of course, then we can go back to the good old times, and we'll be talking about two Palestinian states and ceasefires and hostage releases. And they're not. And of course, Biden during the recent said, you know, I've warned Netanyahu, I've warned him, there are red lines. And Netanyahu over the weekend said, I'm sorry, for us, you have no red lines. It was him who departed from the United States, saying, yeah, we're going into Rafah, by the way. It may be your red line, it's not ours. For ours is to stop another 7th of October happening. And no, I don't see any prospect of a ceasefire. And no, when the time is right, we will be returning the residents to the north. And if there isn't a diplomatic solution in Lebanon, there will be a military one. So it was pretty clear. Rupture.
I want to get back to is there a red line or isn't there a red line in a minute. But how sloppy and unprofessional was it, even disastrous, to invite Benny Gantz, the former prime minister for a while, the former head of the IDF, as if he was going to be a foil to Netanyahu, without knowing what he was going to say. You and I knew. The people watching this show know what he was going to say. Said it already. There may be a difference in temperament and personality, but there's not going to be any difference in the behavior of the Israeli military if General Gantz became the prime minister? How could the White House not have known that?
I think it's simply they're stuck in a vision of Israel that no longer exists. Many of them, learned and knew Israel in a different era when there were the kibbutzim and the kibbutzniks, and many of them, like the European Union foreign policy chief, went and worked in the kibbutz, married a girl from the kibbutz or in the kibbutz. I mean, and they were, of course, different form, very different. These were liberal Jews. I mean, very personable, very likable, and of course...
I apologize, folks. We have very loud garbage collectors here in my area. They're very disruptive.
It was a nice era, but it's gone. And we're in a completely different era, and they do not seem to be able, they just do not understand.
Hold on a second. Muévete, rápido, rápido.
Two-state solution is not going to be on the table. They don't understand that the sort of pressures that somehow Hamas will just drop everything and will agree to the ceasefire. They don't understand all of these things. They seem to be just going on talking about Saudi Arabia is going to pay for everything and it's going to integrate Israel into the new anti-Iranian structures that are going to emerge in due course. I mean, it's completely delusional. And they go on with us at a point of great inflection because Ramadan started. There was no ceasefire before Ramadan. It's already begun. Already trouble is starting. We've had 2 or 3 days of severe trouble already in the West Bank, in cities all up and down the West Bank. We're at a point of inflection. Israel, I don't think, is going straight into Rafah because the Israeli army is not ready, doesn't seem to be really prepared for that. It's sort of unprepared. It needs to do more, and the troop levels are quite low in Rafah, in Gaza as a whole at the moment. So I don't know that they're going straight in to Rafah, but sooner or later they're going to go in. But at the moment we have this point of inflection in which things can go wrong very quickly, either in Rafah, West Bank, amongst the 48 Palestinians, that is Palestinians living within the Green Line, or up north with with Lebanon, or even with Iraq, where the Iraqi resistance have now resumed their conflict. They're firing missiles at Haifa. They're not attacking American forces in Iraq and Syria, but they are attacking refineries and infrastructure in Haifa with their missiles.
So how bad, how serious is the breach? I'm going to use the word breach because I'm going to ask you if you'll accept that word, between Biden and Netanyahu, between the United States and Israel. Now, at one point, you referred to what I'm calling a breach as a rupture. It means almost the same thing. At another point, you referred to it as a declaration of war. I assume you mean a diplomatic war. But tell us about this breach, because you and I know, and everybody watching and listening to us now knows, that all the IDF behavior in Gaza, as horrific as it is, could be stopped in 24 hours with a phone call from Joe Biden if he wanted it stopped.
Yes, and he said explicitly on the Sunday TV talk shows, MSNBC, yesterday, and he said, listen, yes, there are red lines. There are red lines, of course, and Rafah is a red line. However, be sure, I will never stop the supply of weapons to Israel. I will never do that. I will defend Israel to the end. So is it a red line? It seems very ambiguous and certain. No, really, I mean, what that means. What can he stop? All that we've got instead is another fatuous idea, which is to build a pier in the sea off Gaza, and that is going to bring in aid. It'll take a while to build the pier, of course, and then who's going to actually unload and distribute the aid? Well, Israel says it's going to be them. Who's going to check the aid and determine how much comes in? Well, Israel says, well, it won't be in Rafah now, but it will be done offshore, and that we will be in control in Cyprus, where the aid will arrive first before going to this platform. Hamas has said, I don't want any Palestinians helping in this project at all. Thank you very much. We want the aid to come in by truck, by the UN, through Rafah.
Here's the clip to which you referred, number 6, Chris, on MSNBC yesterday. And I want everyone to listen carefully, because here the president at one point says, it is a red line, and then later, it is not a red line.
Yeah, he's fucking...
What is your red line?
Dude is an absolute mess. It's embarrassing. I mean, aren't you tired of being embarrassed by your president? What does it mean? It's all theater. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Why? Because that's the way they want it. It's bullshit by design. It's policy through lies. It's the idea, selling the notion, the narrative that good has vanquished evil and we've never been freer, when it's the complete opposite. Good has not vanquished evil. Evil has the wheel in the driver's seat and has been. And the rest is theater to psychologically manipulate you into believing we, America, are a force for good. Israel is a light unto nations. The IDF is the most humane army in the world. They want to sell you a string of bullshit. Nothing but lies. All lies. But that's the reality that they want to, that they've successfully imposed on much of the Western Hemisphere. That's the artificial kosher matrix we exist under. And it's all falling apart. It's all falling apart.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, do you have a red line? For instance, would invasion of Rafah, which you have urged him not to do, would that be a red line?
It is a red line, but I'm never going to leave Israel. The defense of Israel is still critical. So there's no red line. I'm going to cut off all weapons so they don't have the Iron Dome to protect them. They don't have. But there's red lines that if he crosses them, you cannot have 30,000 more Palestinians dead.
I wish he had finished that. I mean, I don't know what his thoughts were. We all mock his ability to entertain and articulate thoughts. He looked pretty good there. However, a red line usually means if you cross it,
there are consequences. Yeah.
Dire consequences.
Right.
I don't know that he's threatening any consequences at all.
I'm not sure that he can. I don't think he really can in this case, because Netanyahu understands American politics better than most of us. He's lived there, been there. He regards himself as adept at American politics. And he knows that many of the power structures, many of the structures in Europe and in the United States are wholly dependent on the existence, on the cause of Israel, of being supportive of Israel. And that without that, if there were no Israel, these power structures, which control much of the flow of money, control many of them in Congress, would simply evaporate and go away. They're not going to let that happen.
Do he and Netanyahu speak?
Not recently, not for some time now. He says he's going to have a talk with Netanyahu. He's going to have a Jesus talk, and you'll have to tell me what a Jesus talk means in the United States.
Well, in the United States, come to Jesus means a very, very candid conversation, even one that is painful. Of course, saying that to the Prime Minister of Israel is a bit of a double entendre with the use of the word Jesus, but that's at least what it means here. I'm sure that Netanyahu, from his years living in the U.S., understands the phrase. I almost can't imagine Joe Biden having that kind of talk. I mean, I really others around him, and we know who they are, pulling all the strings here. He's just the one who happens to be the president. I mean, Netanyahu would talk rings around him if they were going to have a conversation, and I couldn't imagine that it would be recorded because the president would be humiliated.
Exactly. That's 100% right. And what's he going to say? He'll say, I want a ceasefire. Well, I mean, a ceasefire, this whole of the ceasefire has been so mismanaged by the White House. I mean, they've put everything into the idea that the combination of Egypt and the UAE and Jordan will pressure Hamas into accepting a ceasefire come what may. And it hasn't worked. And then they don't notice as Netanyahu throws in the wrench into the process. He says, by the way, we'd like to know, if some of these hostages are alive or dead. Can you tell us which ones? And he knows, because I was asked by the Israelis to go to Hamas and Hezbollah in previous times and say, could I have proof of life, please? And they say, what are you thinking of? Do you have a mandate to negotiate the outcome? Proof of life costs, because whether it's a dead body or a live body, they have different rates of exchange. So don't come here without a mandate and ask such things. And don't think that we are simply going to give up on our key points, which they haven't managed at all, which is the withdrawal of Israel and Israeli troops from Gaza as permanent ceasefire and the withdrawal of troops. And all the time, they just float over this and say, no, but we must have a ceasefire. Come on, let's have a ceasefire. And we'll do an arrangement, and you can get some people back. You can get a few of the adolescent Palestinians sitting in jail, but you must release all these. But it doesn't work like that. And they should know that. But Netanyahu is running rings around them on that. Running rings. And so, of course, Hamas have put down their non-negotiable points. And, of course, in the West, it's played up as if this is an escalation, blocking move by Hamas. It's just what they've been asking all along. There's no change.
Here's the hot mic come to Jesus moment, cut number 2.
By the way, suggesting that, but what President Biden did was so despicable, suggesting that he would ask a Jew to come to Jesus, to be that insensitive, is vicious anti-Semitic Jew hatred and bigotry on display. Can you think of a more heinous example? Asking a Jew to come to Jesus. Are you serious, President Biden? You anti-Semite! Oh, we bust balls. Did I tell you I do a little ball busting here? My greatest gift that I share with you. Thank you, Jesus! Hey, anybody got a rattler out there you can throw me so I can twirl it around and show my faith in the Lord? Oh, it's also ridiculous. Yeah, thank you, Jews, for giving us this world, right? The fucking walking, talking snakes, the holy land, the people of that God chose. Oh, it's so fucking great, isn't it? Great. I was telling the secretary I was in Jordan and Israel this weekend, and we got to keep pushing on what you're doing on the humanitarian stuff. It's so important. This is now, he says, I told him, Bibi, and don't repeat this, but you and I are going to have to come to Jesus meeting. And then one of his aides is like, yo, I'm on a hot mic here. He's like, good. But he acted all fucking startled. Right? One of the aides is like, yo, your microphone's still on, fucking Dementia Joe. We can all hear you. The fucking whole world just heard you say that. That you say, keep it to yourself. Keep this to yourself. And don't repeat this. Here, I'm going to tell you something, but don't repeat this. But I'm on a hot mic, so you're not going to have to repeat it. Because the whole world is listening to me. Because I have dementia. And I'm a Shabbos Goy slave. And a Zionist stooge. And a lapdog. And a co-belligerent and collaborator in a genocide.
All right, for those of you who are listening to the show as opposed to listening and seeing it, the president is on the floor of the House of Representatives after he has finished his State of the Union address. He's speaking with Senator Michael Bennet, Democrat of Colorado, and the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken. And this is either intentional or he doesn't realize it. It appears that he's still wired in the so-called hot mic moment, meaning he has a microphone, a body mic on him, a pack clipped to his belt with a wire going up to his lapel so that everything he says is being recorded. In this case, it was not only recorded, it was broadcast. And it basically says, don't tell anybody, but I told Bibi we're going to have a come to Jesus moment, about which Alistair and I spoke a few minutes ago. And then one of his young aides comes by and says, Mr. President, you have a hot mic on, and the president sort of laughs at it, and then the mic goes off. I don't know, when they do these things, Alistair, I sometimes wonder if it's intentional, and it's a way to get a message out there that looks like it's a mere verbal slippage, or if it was a verbal slippage because he didn't realize he was still.
He definitely didn't fucking realize that the mic was on. The guy's a dude is literally. I don't know. I don't understand how they think that this guy is going to be around for another 4 years. I mean, just cognitively. I'm not talking about maybe dying of old age, which is very possible. It's very possible, but I don't understand how they expect him to be cognitively functional for another 5 years. I don't get it.
Imagine the president of the United States walking around the Capitol building, and everything he says is being broadcast, and he doesn't know it.
It's an old ploy, this ploy. Oh, there's a hot mic. Oh dear, have I said something I shouldn't? Well, it's usually when they do that, they use it because this is a really exemplar way.
There's no way Joe did this to do a fucking signal with like some kind of plausible deniability. There's no way. There's no way I believe that. This guy has dementia. He didn't know the mic was on, okay? He's not that clever. Please, guys.
Of sort of managing public relations and public perception. Oh no, Biden's being tough on Netanyahu. It's okay to be tough over a hot mic moment. But what is he actually going to do on the ground? Nothing. There's nothing really available. They've locked themselves in. They've sort of gone down a cul-de-sac of using stale policies that were stale 25 years ago. And we're at a point, a crux, where things might get a lot worse. What do they have in their armory to manage the situation? Well, maybe we'll have a Jesus discussion with Netanyahu at some point. What's that going to change? Nothing.
All right, here's, while all this is going on, the women and children are continually being slaughtered in Palestine. I don't even know what the number is up to now.
About 30,000.
30,000 total deaths, or women and children?
Total.
Right. Meaning about 25 or 6,000 are women and children. Here's cut number 3, Chris. Here is the president on MSNBC attempting to explain the hot mic moment.
What's the come to Jesus part? Like, what tough love are you going to give to the prime minister?
What's happening is he has a right to defend Israel, a right to continue to pursue Hamas, but he must pay more attention to the innocent lives being lost as a consequence of the actions taken. He's hurting, in my view, he's hurting Israel more than helping Israel by making the rest of the world, it's contrary to what Israel stands for. And I think it's a big mistake. So I want to see a ceasefire. And I'm starting with a major exchange of prisoners for a 6-week period. We're going into Ramadan. It should be nothing happening. And we should build off of that ceasefire. And look, I've spoken with the majority of the Arab leaders from Saudi Arabia to Egypt to Jordan. They're all prepared to fully recognize Israel and begin to rebuild the region. And that's the focus. What comes after Gaza? What's next? It's a tough decision, but there's a lot that can be done.
All right. Before we beat this to death, I want to change topics for a bit. Later today, this morning, American time, I'll be speaking with our colleagues Larry Johnson and Ray McGovern, and I'm going to ask them about Victoria Nuland. Did she jump or was she pushed? Hint, they don't agree, so I'm looking forward to that conversation. But what is your view of what has become of the mastermind of Ukraine, the planner and plotter of the coup of 2014, the puppeteer of all the governments since then, the orchestrator of the war which now appears to nearly everyone, including the Pope, as though Ukraine is about to collapse. She's gone. Did she jump or was she pushed?
I believe, I have no evidence, but I believe she was invited to leave, because I think the clue in this is very plain. The person temporarily taking over her job was the person who masterminded the withdrawal, masterminded it in inverted commas, the withdrawal from Kabul in Afghanistan. But the permanent replacement, Kurt Campbell, is the architect of the pivot to Asia, to China. And so I think that tells you a lot, that that effectively that someone said, look, you know, I mean, let's reassess. We've gone down this road too far. It's not getting anywhere. Let's get back on track and let's get back to China. And
we always have to have an enemy, right? We always have to have an enemy. This one, Russia. This one's going to focus on Russia. This one's going to focus on China. Why do we always have to have a fucking enemy? Did you ever ask yourself this? We always have to have an enemy because we are controlled by dark, satanic, figuratively, malevolent forces and merchants of death that profit from wars, conflagrations, divide, conquer, sowing discontent, fomenting hatred. And who does this? It's our favorite tribe that does this. It's God's chosen psychopaths who do this. Who are the merchants of death? Who are the war profiteers? Who controls your government? Who buys your politicians? Who keeps this vicious fucking cycle going and keeps you on that gerbil hamster wheel? I think we know.
That I think people said, look, you know, Victoria Nuland is just too hooked up in Ukraine. I think it's best if she leaves us now and makes some space, and so we can actually start the process of leaving and reorienting. And we've had then the CIA document in the New York Times and other indications that they see that Ukraine, the front is slowly collapsing.
You could tell DD Politics that the debate challenge stands, right? I don't even know why I'm getting into this. Don't send me DMs. I've already sent her. I already challenged her the open. Oh, but bro, you got to practice an economy of enemies. You can't go after Suleiman and Khaleesi and DD Politics because you agree with them on Palestine and you agree with them on Russia and China. Yeah, I do. But that doesn't mean that we're on the same level. And you know what? I don't give a shit that they trounce me in terms of the metrics and how many people are in their rooms or how many people are in my room. I don't give a shit about the metrics. I exist in my ultimate reality, and I don't gatekeep on anything. And I've had it with, listen, I'll work with anybody in terms of if we can find the commonality and to end the fucking suffering of the poor Palestinians and the Arabs in the Middle East. I'm all with you, 100%. But that doesn't mean that we share the same mindset or mentality and understanding of our reality, because we certainly do not. I don't gatekeep for Abrahamism. I don't gatekeep for Jewish revisionist history, fucking matrix narrative, consensus, establishment bullshit. And why is it, do you think, none of these people would ever accept the challenge? What are they scared of? I've challenged them all. I can't get anybody. I get a Hasbro troll. I get a Hasbro troll to come in here once in a fucking blue moon, and they've stopped, even they've stopped coming. Luke McGee wants to participate. This is a good time if you want to call in, if you got something to say. Why do they fear the Pharaoh, Luke? We got a sick delay here. Luke, you want to participate? You just had your hand up. All right.
Oh yeah. Before you go into the Oscars, I've got a little gem to fire off before you go in there. So just letting you know that.
I already did the Oscar stuff. I'm done with the Oscars.
Okay, well, I'll fire away. Yeah, bloody ActionAid is a charity that's, you know, virtue signaling all this Oscar shit. Their friggin' CEO in Australia flew on the Australian Epstein equivalent, David Patel, flights to Bangladesh to pick up the homeless Muslim street kids that were all raped. So you've got this charity that's led by Jews whose CEO is implicated, just like all those in the Epstein client list, only down under, friggin' virtue signaling to get shekels about the, you know, the people who wear red pins at the Jewish Oscars. Meanwhile, they're working with Jews that get their rapes covered up of Muslim teenagers. They are disgusting. So there's that. And I also want to know if people think I'm a disgusting person, because when I see what's happening in the Ukraine, right, I see some poor Russian soldier, you know, hiding under an armored personnel carrier, you know, with drones buzzing around him, trying to drop grenades on him and killing him, eventually successfully. And my heart burns, you know, another Slavic victim in this Zionist bloody war started by Newland. But just the other day, I started seeing the same thing from Hamas. You know, I'm seeing the grenade drop from the drone and land down on the IDF soldiers. And I feel good because I know they're not going to be able to rape some young girls. Is there something wrong with me? Am I losing my humanity? Or do these people need to die?
Well, listen, evil needs to be eviscerated. There's no vice in hating evil. Norman Finkelstein said it best. They have a very good reason to hate them. There's a very good reason. There's a rationalization behind it, because if you're slaughtering innocents, if you're slaughtering civilians, well, then you got to go. You got to go.
Yeah.
Period.
I see people are trying to send drone aid to Hamas, like Ukraine got, you know, DJI drones. People are smuggling DJI drones into Hamas now to begin the aerial warfare against the Jews.
Well, against the Israelis. Yes, 100%. Yeah. And you know what? It's not going according to their plans. I think what we are experiencing, what we're living through, is the Jewish supremacists' worst nightmare scenario. I think that's you look at the possible scenarios out there. I think if you couldn't have drawn up a more nightmarish scenario for the Zionists and their co-religionists and the Jewish supremacist capstone of the pyramid. It's going horribly bad for them. Horribly bad. Let's go to, are you finished, Luke?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I would love to see who's messaging. You don't need to tell us who, but did people get triggered by me mentioning DD before? I spoke the truth, by the way.
Listen, it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter who. I put the debate challenge out there front and center, and she addressed it, and she commentated on it, and she fucking wrote in the thread because I tagged her. She knows. She wants to poo-poo the Cheka Bolshevik Jewish terrorism. I'm ready. I'm ready. You want to bullshit us about World Jewish Congress's communique and address at the 1933 Amsterdam Conference? You want to say that that's bullshit? We got the newspaper fucking headlines. We have the Samuel Untermeyer recording. The fuck are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Even I told her when she was in the space, oh my God, even Tupolev went to the Gulag. I mean, how can you deny that there wasn't a shitload of Russians who died in the 1920s to the 90s?
How does she deny the Holodomor, the Kulak genocide, the genocide of over 2 million Caucasus Muslims the genocide of hundreds of thousands of Cossacks and tens of millions of Eastern Europeans. How can you possibly deny that?
And she runs
it's
a
not like
space.
it's not well documented.
She runs a space full of Zionists, okay, who attack anyone who's pro-Palestine who comes in. You have to accept the fact that she's not on pro-Palestine side.
No. She's pro-Palestinian, bro. She's pro-Palestinian. She's not a Zionist. But anyway.
Well, why does she platform so many militant Zionist psychopaths in her space and have them as her wingmen?
No, dude, you're totally wrong. She's definitely on the other side. She's 100% pro resistance, pro Houthi. She's very listen. I agree with it. Our politics are very similar, except she gatekeeps for the Jewish victimization narrative, the Hitler, Nazi, blah blah, never again, blah blah blah. You know what I'm talking about.
Did you see my never again tweet to Shmuley about the American Red Cross saying never again Hiroshima, never again Nagasaki, never again dropping kilotons of bombs on densely populated civilian areas like Gaza, never again. Yeah, you say it back to the Jews and they get triggered.
Right. This is the thing, right?
She does platform. She does platform Zionists on her spaces. She does.
Does she? I don't know.
Yeah,
I just see her. I listen to
a lot of the Palestinian spaces get Zionists on there so that they can argue like the Jerry Springer show. I'm telling you. That's why the quality's gone down so much of the Palestinian spaces.
Well, I don't know, because I mean I've listened to her once in a blue moon, but I don't know because I don't listen. But I every time I read one of her tweets, it's pro-Palestinian, anti-Zionist.
No, she's pro-Palestinian for sure, but they still platform the Zionists. They get them up there as speakers so they can have a good old rumble with them for entertainment. It's ridiculous.
I wish they would venture on here. There's an open invitation for all you.
Yeah, they won't. They won't, Al, because you'll expose them.
Yes, and that is, by the way, her name is Rio, ladies and gentlemen. Are you done? Are you finished? Anything else?
Yeah, done. Thank you.
Yep, my pleasure. All right, let's go to Independent. Go ahead. Hello. You got to speak. You have to turn your microphone on and speak.
Sorry about that. I stepped away for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Go ahead.
Fantastic. I wonder if you guys had any insight on the beach party that Biden has announced that he's planning for the Gaza Strip.
What you mean, that stupid pier he wants to build?
Yeah. What's your take on all that?
It's fucking bullshit. It's just, hey, to show like it's an empty gesture to fool people to thinking that he cares, and he's actively thinking of alternative methods to get aid in. If the Israelis are gonna run it, if they're gonna monitor it, if they're gonna run it through Cyprus, what's the fucking difference? You already have Israelis that have control of the border that can let the trucks in. Oh, you're not gonna. Yeah,
I've been to America. They've got Marines.
You're not gonna let the trucks in, but you're gonna let boats in. What's the fucking difference?
Yeah, right now the American Marines in San Diego have a shitload of hovercraft, a shitload of landing craft. They could get some free amphibious landing training. No need for a friggin' port. Come in there with the bloody with the trucks or the aid containers. All piled up on hovercraft tomorrow.
The hovercraft, right.
They don't want to.
So that's one of my key questions is, are they going to break that gear out? So besides the hovercraft, those are small boats. The Navy's got ships. The massive ship, they can land on the beach. It doesn't need a pier or anything. They lower a ramp. They can drive tanks, trucks, tons of stuff off. Basically, they can hold about 10,000 times the load of one airplane. One ship, 10,000 times the load. In fact, some of the ships even carry the airplanes. So is it when you say it's bullshit, does that mean it's not going to happen? Does that mean one of these giant ships is not going to hit the beach?
It's just like America delaying the ICJ hearing. They had some delay. Was it the UN Security Council thing that they've ended up vetoing last week? They kept telling Turkey, "Oh no, we're working on the negotiations. Please delay putting it up. Please delay putting it up. It's not. Our press cycle isn't ready for it now. Veto, get stuffed. We're trolling you, Turkey."
I don't know if it's a legitimate plan or if it's just, a stunt PR,
right.
trying to do some damage control, trying to show that they have empathy for the Palestinians, whatever it is. It's not practical. You have Rafah, you have border crossings, Erez, whatever. You got these border crossings that you can let aid in through. And what does it matter if it's through sea or land? The Israelis are going to monitor it and supervise it anyway.
Because the Jews can't stop their protesters stopping aid trucks coming through. They don't want to have the American Marines running them over. So, we have to go around the chosen, blockade, inciting genocide.
Go ahead, Independent. You done?
Well, just I got lost on that one for a second, but in terms of his action, and it's fake and it's phony, is he reacting to that Michigan uncommitted vote that came in? I mean, he's got challengers that got like 3% of the vote, and in Michigan they got 13% of the vote, and then he came out with the announcement before. Was it Minnesota? Yeah, Minnesota came in at 18% uncommitted. That's a huge percentage. There's no way in hell that he can win Minnesota in the general election if he's losing 18% of dedicated Democrats. I mean, most Democratic voters, they vote once every 4 years, maybe. But the people that vote in the primary, I mean, those are your vote blue no matter who they wear, they're just dedicated to the Democratic Party no matter what.
Yeah.
And to get 18%, that is so huge in a primary to do a protest vote, an organized protest vote.
Look, Biden has no chance of being reelected. Zero. Literally zero chance.
So Trump is our next president.
Well, you know what I said? My big prognostication was it's not going to be Biden and it's not going to be Trump. But now I'm beginning to think that it's going to be Trump, because I thought that the Democrats were going to successfully disqualify him from running. But that doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Hey,
or they would convict him of a felony before the election, and that doesn't look like it's in the cards.
Yeah. He asked for 11,780 votes, and he didn't get it, but they're not going to hold his feet to the fire on that one.
Look, guys, I just need 11,700. Wait, let's make it 6 million. Whatever it is. He's on tape saying this. It's fucking incredible. It's absolutely incredible. But they cheated him, right? The whole thing's a fucking cheat. The whole system is rigged. It doesn't have merit. You have two pre-selected compromised candidates. Both Zionist fucking lapdogs. That's it. You have no viable options, America.
There's no Ross Perot out there, huh?
Like Ralph Nader, Ross Perot, any of these guys would be infinitely better. Any of these guys, from the left or from the right. And you can't really call Nader. I mean, I guess you could, right? Like he's kind of like a socialist, but not really, because he's,
well, Ross
free market
Perot,
guy. He's a free market guy. Yeah.
Ross Perot he got 18%. He definitely had an impact on both 92 and 96. And the very next guy in modern history to have an impact, nobody remembers, was John Anderson way back in 1980.
Yeah.
So anything else, libertarian 3%, it's nice, but it's not, it's not going to swing it.
Right. Yep. Good job, Independent.
So what about Kennedy?
Oh, I could never vote for a guy who has dishonored and sullied the memory of his father and his uncle as much as he has. To collaborate with the murderers of your own father and uncle is unseemly.
I hadn't heard about that one. Maybe post a link to that one under the purple pill so I can read that one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right.
I love that, he's the black sheep of the family, and all the socialites and the debutantes, the wannabe Kardashians, they hate him because he's working class, right? I mean, he's been working class for decades. He sues the pants off of, toxic polluters and wins. He's got millions of dollars for hundreds of millions of dollars in wins under his belt for his clients. Cleaned up the Hudson River, and people can go fishing now there. And do they give him credit? I don't know.
Independent. I was starting the process to work on his campaign. All right, and then what happened? The Shmuley Boteach groveling philo-Semitic fucking walking speaking tour, and that was it.
Now that was when he was running as an independent.
Set me off my feed. What?
He was running as a Democrat then.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. It's not like it would have mattered. I was just going to support him, but then that happened. So his Israel can do no wrong fucking mentality, and the fact that he's so detached from knowing what the right thing is and not doing it, to pander to the Jews, to the Jewish establishment, is unforgivable.
So yeah, Biden's definitely beaten him to doing, not quite ceasefire, but something a little bit better than I support genocide. The beach party. Is it real? Yeah. Is it fake? Is it just a smokescreen?
Yeah.
We'll have to see if a ship above actually hits the beach, right?
Yeah, all of the above. It's a smokescreen. It's bullshit. It's putting lipstick on a pig. It's you can't. It's all the same shit.
So he's the incumbent, right? So he's under the obligation. It's like, hey, you're the president. You can make it happen tomorrow, right?
Right.
But Kennedy doesn't have to. All he has to do is say, well, this is what I would do. I would stop the genocide. I would, enforce maybe not ceasefire, but a no-fly zone.
Listen, Kennedy won't call what Israel's doing a genocide. Do you understand that?
That's fallen short.
Yeah, for sure. He's so pro-Israel. There's no way I could ever support him. No way.
So that uncommitted vote's going to end up going to Jill Stein.
Well, I'd rather vote for Cornel West or Shiva than anybody else. I'll probably go with Shiva. I'll probably go with Shiva because of his Zionist cocksucker skit. Right. That
what?
That won me over. You never heard it?
No, I don't even know the person or the full name.
Okay, let me find it. I'll find it and I'll play it for you. It's hilarious.
Well, I'm surprised that you didn't hear of him. He is fully against the Zionist occupying the U.S. So, he has great movement. It's called Freedom, Health, and Liberty, I think. Yeah, so that's. I'll share the website.
Steamroller could move quite quickly. I don't know how no one noticed it, because there was a great deal of emphasis on Avdiivka, on the fortress fortress town that had been built up by NATO 10 years, was the most defended place on the planet, and it fell in a few days. But behind Auschwitz, there's almost no defensive line. And this explains also what Macron's trying to do too, and others in their panic in Europe, because they can see that if these front lines, which are not front lines anymore, starts to sort of progressively collapse, behind that are only fields, which, you know, you can dig into the mud, but you're very exposed in those until you come to the Dnieper River and to Kiev. Hence, Europeans in a panic are sort of saying, oh, well, let's send troops and we're going to sort of put a protective cordons, not to fight Russians, but to sort of protect Kiev and Odessa. And of course, Russia won't dare touch them. And of course, most of Europe is saying, you're nuts. What do you mean Russia won't touch them?
Oh, my bad, Liam. Hold on a second.
On the field in Ukraine as the Russian steamroller.
Liam, hello.
Greetings. I would like to greet you with the sacred password into the Lodge of the Mysteries, Tubal Cain, my friend.
Got it, boy. Boaz and Joaquin.
May you enter into the pillars of Judaism for the Goy. One thing relating to
hey Liam, do you think Independent, the new speaker, understands that we talk about esoteric knowledge here and we dispense that to our audience without you having to join the Masons and go to the lodge and do a bunch of gay shit?
You do not have to ride the goat for the mysteries to be revealed to you in Albert Spaces. But you will, here's a little bit of a mystery unveiled. The name Oscar is another example of
Jews?
Egyptian things being taken by the Jews, because Oscar means a car or the chariot of Os, who is Osiris, or Osir is his name. So and the chariot is likened to the sun and is the body of the god. And so Osiris is the Oscar award, a gold idol, if you will.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, just a little bit off topic, but the guy Independent, I like, he has some good questions and some good insight, and I appreciate him as a contributor.
Yeah. That's it? You done, Liam?
Yeah, I'll be listening.
The Aquarian Man, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give him a big hand. All right. Yeah, you guys know what to do. Step up. Don't be shy. Don't be scared, guys. That's for all the Zionists and their co-religionists that are too fucking cowardly, yellow-bellied bastards that don't dare come on to this space for a very good reason.
Or is advancing westward, and nothing's going to happen, and it's all fine. Well, the only way that could happen would really be, I mean, put it frankly, is actually if Russia gave permission for these NATO troops to come into Ukraine. That's never going to happen. Never going to happen. So obviously, it's a crazy plan. It's a lot of politics, European politics mixed into it.
It sounds to me, Alistair, from your description, as though Europe is in a panic over the next phase of the war. The statement the Pope made, I thought, was rather telling. He referred to it as the white flag of courage. An odd combination of words, and maybe the translation wasn't exactly what he intended, because he was speaking in Italian, and the white flag of courage is translated by the translator into English. But in addition to the Pope, did President Macron say anything not exactly helpful over the weekend about this same subject matter? Yet again.
Yes, he's been, well, it was on Thursday that he called all the faction leaders to a meeting in Parliament, and he told them this, he gave them these comments: no red line, no limits. And don't forget, this is a nuclear power speaking, and he is the commander-in-chief. the defense minister in France says, no, nothing is, changed. It's all as it was before. But yes, and he continues with this line. He's been talking to the Baltic states. He's been talking to Poland. The Polish defense minister says no boots on the ground, but the Polish foreign minister says, well, we might think about doing this. We could do this. So he's really trying to put pressure on Germany as much as anything else to agree to this proposal. But what's behind it is, they are in a great state of panic in Europe because suddenly it seems to them there were reports in the European press. I'm not sure they're true. I haven't seen them confirmed anywhere, but in the Daily Telegraph in Britain, there were apparently reports saying that American officials were suggesting that they were going to withdraw from NATO. And so Europe is really wondering, what is going to become of Europe, not just what's going to become of Ukraine. But if Ukraine suddenly collapses, no money, no weapons, no troops, they look extremely stupid, the leadership of Europe. They've just misread the situation from beginning to end and sort of mortgaged the future of Europe to being a sort of an unproductive sector of the economy, total vassalage to the United States economy. And it's going to cause a big uproar, and it will change the elections possibly in June. So yes, they are in a panic, and so they resorted to Macron sort of trying to stand behind the flag. I'm the savior of Europe. We're standing to defend Europe against Russia, against Putin. He can't be allowed to win. All of this nonsense. Europe doesn't have the ability to fight Russia, hence this sort of plan that we'll put training and demining forces around Kiev and Odessa and stop the Russian steamroller from advancing. Well, as if the Russia, actually the Polish foreign minister gave it away because he called it an asymmetric psychological approach, i.e. this is Psy-war again. It's trying to sort of put,
psych out the Russians
on the back foot and saying, oh, well, they might send NATO there, perhaps we should be more cautious. It's a Psy operation, and Russia will, I am absolutely certain of this, pay no attention. They have complete contempt for Macron and Scholz.
A terrible state of affairs. Western Europe is not being led by people who realistically understand the problem, and the United States is not being led by people who realistically understand.
Indeed.
The problem. I wasn't going to go there, but now I will. Here's a cut from the president's State of the Union speech on Thursday night, in which he says, "We will not walk away from Ukraine." But the guy over his shoulder, Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who has the power to say yes or no. If he says yes, the vote comes to the floor of the House, Biden will win. If he says no, the floor doesn't come to the floor of the House. The $61 billion does not go there. But you take a look at the look on their face, on his face, on Johnson's face, as President Biden says we will not walk away.
I say this to Congress: we have to stand up to Putin. Send me a bipartisan national security bill. History is literally watching. History is watching. The United States.
History's watching. History's watching.
Ukraine at risk. Europe is at risk. The free world will be at risk, emboldening others to do what they wish to do us harm. My message to President Putin, who I've known for a long time, is simple: we will not walk away.
Well, I suppose he could pull what Secretary...
I'll tell you what. Hands down, the worst speech writers, copywriters that we've ever had, right? The most horrible State of the Union speech I've ever heard. Even, no, you know what? When George W. Chimpanzee Bush was selling the Iraq War was worse, based on all the lies. But this is, it's in the same category. same level, right?
Blinken pulled with the Israelis, fraudulently sign a document under oath swearing that the aid is an emergency for American national security, and it goes there anyway, bypasses Congress. It's profoundly unconstitutional that the money goes. I don't think he'd get away with $60 billion, but maybe a few $100 million like he did with the Israelis. Alistair, you know, I love speaking with you, and everybody that watches does as well, but the situation seems to be getting worse every time we talk. The American government, the Biden administration is out of touch with reality, and as I hear you this morning, so is Western Europe.
Yeah, and that speech spooked Europeans. It really did, because they could see that what's coming, the attempt to sort of conflate the Republican Party with things like this, spells real problems, spells polarization in Europe, and spells a difficult relationship that, for Europe to have with the United States during this period and perhaps after.
Alistair Crook, then.
Boom. Alistair Crook knows what's up. He knows what's up.
Can you share that video in
sure.
in the purple pill?
Sure.
So I still don't know who Shiva is.
He's running for president, bro. President, do a search.
All right, Shiva for president.
Palestine, doing Russia, which has walked a tight line to avoid.
He does not suck Zionist cock.
Yeah, do a search on sucking Zionist cock.
No.
I'm serious. You'll find it.
That's what he said.
Yeah. That's a jet airplane.
As the battle for the soul of Gaza intensified in Palestine, Russia, which held a tight line to avoid a conflict of interests in the war, has continued to maintain indirect pressure on both the US and Israel. It has increased military patrols across Syria, ensured constant pressure on ISIS militants, and increased airstrikes on critical US allies in the region who allegedly carry out dirty American jobs against the government of Bashar Assad. This increase in Russian military activities in the Arab country has halved the amount of air raids by Israel's Air Force. It was reported that the former Soviet superpower has employed the aerial denial mechanism to deter the occupation from continuing its indiscriminate assault on critical Syrian targets, especially in Damascus. The occupation's military aggression has drastically decreased, and there is now an increased chance of an alleged Syrian takeover of the Golan Heights. Many have suggested that this would be possible in a scenario where Israel engages resistance fighters on multiple fronts. Our dedication remains unwavering in providing impartial news and geopolitical insights. We encourage you to engage in the collective aspiration of the Syrian people since it was occupied. It has been reported that the Syrian president might want to use a seizure of the land to prove to his people that he has what it takes to confront occupation forces in the Middle East. While we are not keen on furthering this narrative, we can safely aver that the increase in joint patrols, military strikes, and alleged surveillance of pro-Western militants in Syria are all pointers to an impending military expansion in the Golan Heights. Recently, the report of Russian strikes on these militants across the country shook the US military, which is deployed oftentimes in proximity with the anti-Assad militants. The intensity of the attack has allegedly alarmed the Americans, prompting them to increase communication through the hotlines between Putin and Washington to avoid a possible breakdown of the status quo. Yet the Russian assault has increased in both intensity and frequency. In a coordinated effort between Syrian and Russian forces, a series of airstrikes targeted terrorist hideouts in Syria's Idlib and Latakia provinces. The operation, aimed at dismantling the bases of extremist groups, saw the destruction of 4 key strongholds, according to reports from a local source familiar with the Syrian matter. The strikes, conducted in Idlib and the northeast of Latakia, were part of a broader initiative to eliminate threats posed by terrorist factions operating in the region.
The real terrorists, not the U.S.-backed fake ones.
It tragically resulted in the loss of more than 9 lives, the source added. The assault comes in the context of the 2017 agreement, brokered among Iran, Russia and Turkey, serving as guarantor countries of the Astana peace talks. Under this agreement, 4 safe zones were designated within Syria, aimed at reducing hostilities and facilitating humanitarian aid efforts. While 3 of these zones were brought under the control of the Syrian army in 2018, the 4th zone, encompassing Idlib province in northwestern Syria, along with parts of Latakia, Hama, and Aleppo provinces, remains a stronghold for terrorist and adversarial groups. Following discussions between Russian and Turkish leaders in Sochi, Russia, in late summer 2018, an agreement was reached with the objective of addressing the situation in Idlib. Turkey committed to either removing or disarming terrorist elements in the region without resorting to violence. However, the recent joint operation signals a shift in approach as Syrian and Russian forces take decisive action to combat the persistent threat posed by extremist groups in the area. The recent escalation in targeting alleged allies of Israel within Syria underscores a pressing need to address concerns about collaboration with occupying forces. Syrians have long accused certain militants of aiding the occupation army by providing intelligence for airstrikes on Damascus and other government installations. While these accusations are understandable given the frequency of such airstrikes, it appears that a decisive shift is underway. The deliberate targeting of U.S. allies within Syria is a calculated move aimed at increasing pressure on both Israel and the U.S. to address the plight of the people in Gaza. It serves as a clear signal that the status quo is no longer acceptable and calls for a re-evaluation of Western policies in the Middle East. With a reduction in Israeli raids within Syria, there has been a semblance of stability in certain areas, although tensions persist over the ongoing occupation of the Golan Heights. Questions have arisen in pro-Western media outlets regarding the relationships between these militants and the U.S., particularly in light of mounting evidence. The appointment of Colonel Salem Turki Alantari, a former ISIS leader, as the commander of the Syria Free Army, SFA, raises significant concerns about the US's vetting process and its broader objectives in Syria. Despite his troubling past affiliations, Alantari's elevation to a leadership role within a group supported by the US government suggests a willingness to overlook past transgressions in pursuit of strategic goals. The acknowledgement by the SFA of receiving support and training from the United States government underscores the extent of US involvement in the Syrian conflict. By backing armed militias like the SFA, the US is actively influencing the dynamics of the conflict, potentially prolonging the instability in the region. The presence of active ISIS cells near the Al-Tanf American base, where the SFA operates, raises suspicions about potential collusion, or at least inadvertent support, provided by the US to ISIS-affiliated elements. Accusations by Russian and Syrian authorities alleging logistic aid from the US to ISIS further fuel these concerns, highlighting the complexity and ambiguity surrounding the US's role in Syria. The trajectory of Colonel Alantari's affiliations from ISIS to the Syrian National Army, SNA, and later to the SFA reflects the fluidity of alliances in the Syrian conflict and the pragmatic considerations driving these shifts. The US's willingness to integrate former adversaries into its proxy forces underscores its focus on short-term tactical objectives, potentially at the expense of long-term stability.
You know what? The Free Syrian Army is ISIS, okay? These guys are fucking terrorists. And we support them. Yeah. This is nothing new. This is nothing new. This whole bin Laden fucking narrative, this whole Al-Qaeda fucking narrative, it all stinks to high heaven. They had fake fucking bin Ladens making fake fucking videos. What is it? Bell Pottinger. $500 million, right? The Pentagon spent $500 million on producing fake fucking head-chopping terrorist Al-Qaeda videos. Public relations ploy. Right? So there's nothing you can believe. My man, do me a favor. If you're not speaking, have your mic muted. Turn your mics, keep them muted. No one wants to hear the rustling and shuffling of papers or someone breathing.
And regional security. While the US ostensibly supports groups like the SFA to combat ISIS, the appointment of an ex-ISIS leader and the persistence of ISIS presence in areas near US bases raised doubts about the effectiveness and sincerity of US counterterrorism efforts in Syria. The complex web of alliances and allegiances among various factions further complicates the assessment of US actions in the region. At the Open-Minded Thinker Show, the recent appointment of Colonel Salem Turki Al-Antari as commander of the Syria Free Army has sparked significant discussion. This move, set against the backdrop of broader US support for armed groups in Syria, highlights the intricate and often ambiguous nature of US involvement in the conflict. While ostensibly aimed at combating ISIS and promoting stability, these actions raise questions about potential collusion with terrorist elements and the broader implications for regional security and stability. This implication is precisely what the Russians seem determined to confront. From available records, it appears that the US is willing to align with various actors to achieve its short-term strategic interests, even if it means collaborating with elements that could compromise long-term peace and stability in the region. Such behavior has complicated peace efforts in many conflicts, eroding Russia's confidence in the moral superiority of the American empire. Consequently, Russia has pursued more assertive measures to return the Golan Heights to its rightful owners. While Russia has emphasized diplomacy, it has not ruled out the possibility of Syria using force to reclaim the territory. This dynamic underscores the complexity of the situation and the challenges of achieving lasting peace in the region, and why Professor Vitaly Naumkin, the scientific director of the Institute of Oriental Studies in Moscow, delivered a poignant analysis of the situation in the Arab country, attributing the ongoing turmoil in the region to foreign occupations. In an interview with newsmen, Naumkin emphasized the role of foreign powers in exacerbating tensions by occupying Syrian territory. Naumkin's assertion that the United States occupies areas in northeastern Syria and Israel occupies the Golan Heights underscores the complexity of the geopolitical landscape in the region.
See, if occupation is wrong and Israel is occupying Lebanese and Syrian lands, and America is occupying Syrian lands, then we're wrong. It's not right. You get it? It's not complicated, folks.
The presence of foreign forces in Syrian territory has not only contributed to the instability, but has also hindered efforts towards peace and reconciliation. Furthermore, Naumkin's call for the liberation of all occupied Arab territories, including the Syrian Golan, reflects a sentiment shared by many within the international community. The issue of occupied territories remains a focal point of contention, with various stakeholders advocating for their rightful return to Syrian sovereignty. Naumkin's remarks shed light on Russia's stance on the matter, highlighting the country's commitment to resolving conflicts through diplomatic means. Despite the challenges posed by foreign interference, Russia remains steadfast in its support for the liberation of the occupied Golan Heights, emphasizing the importance of diplomatic efforts in achieving this goal. The professor's acknowledgement of US support for Israel, despite occasional criticisms, further underscores the complexities of international relations in the Middle East. While some American voices may express dissenting views, the overarching support for Israel remains a significant factor shaping the geopolitical landscape of the region. Thank you for your attention.
Good job. Good job. That's why Russia is based and Putin is based, right? Because he's on the right side of history. He's on the right side. Oh, it's Gog Magog, Brett. He's a thug. He's a killer. He's fucking horrible. He's fucking Hitler. Yeah? Are you sure about that? You sure about that? He had a meeting with all the Palestinian factions, including Hamas, in Russia last week. He doesn't label Hamas a terrorist organization. He's helping the Syrian people from this fucking subversive fucking fifth column terrorist proxy war that would try to, what, destabilize, regime change the Assad government for the last decade plus. Who's advocating for a ceasefire months ago? Weeks into this fucking crisis. A couple of weeks in, Russia floated a plan to have a ceasefire. Who vetoed that? Who's vetoed it? A ceasefire proposal 4 times. And you know what? We don't want a ceasefire either. We want a strategic military defeat to be inflicted upon Israel. That's right. That's right. All right. Let's go to you know what? I'll open it up if you want to independent, and then brother B. Go ahead. Hello.
Yeah, if I'm way behind on Syria. I haven't followed the U.S. intervention in Syria in a long time. So if you can share more information and links on that and what's currently going on there, a lot to catch up with. No doubt that the leader's holding out, and he's not given in to the regime change, so he's lasted. That's a huge sign.
Yeah. And this is nothing new, right?
The survival of Assad.
Right. Assad is like the exception, right? They got rid of Gaddafi, they got rid of Saddam, they got rid of Nasser, right? But Bashar Assad is he's the poster boy for a survivor. Go ahead.
Albert, just quickly, I shared the Dr. Shiva on Jumbotron. You can remove it just to highlight to the comment that I posted, so you can remove it afterward. I can't hear you. I will have to leave and come back. All right.
Can you just send it to? Can you just you put it in the Jumbotron? I can't see the Jumbotron. Can you just message it to me? Okay. I'm gonna take it off the Jumbotron.
Okay.
Just message it to me.
Put it in the purple pill so we can all see it.
Just message it to me, and I'll play it for my boy Independent here, who's never heard it. Let's see. Sapien. Okay. Here we go.
Every presidential candidate except me sucks Zionist cock. That may not sound presidential, but in fact it's very presidential, because I represent the American worker who does not want us to be cocksuckers of Zionism. Donald Trump sucks Zionist cock, Nikki Haley sucks Zionist cock, Vivek the Snake sucks Zionist cock, Chris Christie, Booby fucking Kennedy, Joe Biden, all of these people. The only people that don't suck Zionist cock are the American workers who are being screwed. I'm an American worker. I'm one of us. But Donald Trump is no different than any one of them. They all serve Israel. Bernie Sanders, for example, is an Israeli citizen. Anthony Blinken is an Israeli citizen. The head of the CDC is an Israeli citizen. All of these people are Israeli citizens. All of these people work together against the American working people. There's a lot of liberal Zionists who are out there saying, ceasefire, peace now. I've seen that for 40 years. It doesn't get us anywhere. All that ceasefire does is let Israel pull back, then go bomb the shit out of the Palestinians again. The only way to end this is we must end the occupation. Ending the occupation means beginning with ending the occupation of America by Zionism. Zionists have taken over every seat of power of the United States. If we're going to free Palestine, we must end the occupation of America by Zionism. If there's anyone who should get military aid, it should be the Palestinian people. I'm not talking about Hamas, by the way, all those morons who think Hamas represents the Palestinian people. Hamas was created by Israel. So when you see Hamas, replace it with Israel. We need to build a bottoms-up movement. Go to Shiva.
Yeah, so that's enough to get my vote. I'm voting for.
That's amazing.
What's
I
up?
don't agree with him on
Amazing.
Hamas point, but he's great. I mean, on being anti,
Well,
Zionist
yeah,
control.
I mean, he well now he's gonna have to change his tune on Hamas, obviously. Yeah,
But I mean, he's the only one. I mean, anti-Zionist.
right. Brother B, go ahead. Hello, Brother B.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brian. I'm a Palestinian. We are all Palestinians. And yeah, Dr. Shiva is based. Even though I don't believe in the whole voting thing, just in case I'm wrong, I'm going to cast my vote for him. Because not only is he based on the Zionism, he's anti-vax. That's a big plus. With the whole, COVID, I call it the COVID 1984 scamdemic, whatever the hell that was. But as far as they were talking about the Golan Heights, they were talking about how Russia is trying to get the Golan Heights back from Israel. That's a very strategic. Pardon me, I just came back from the dentist. I got kind of numb here. Very strategic position there. The Golan Heights is where Mount Hermon is, where, according to the Bible, the fallen angels fell from heaven and landed on Mount Hermon. And there's a UN base at the top of that mountain with also a Vatican telescope, and they have it's called a Lucifer lens. The L stands for something, the U, it's an anagram, but it spells out Lucifer. Nothing to see here, folks. But yeah, that's a very important. It's the highest point of the whole area, and it's very it's gonna, because Damascus, Syria plays an important, according to the Bible, about the destruction of Damascus is foretold in, I guess, the Book of Revelation. So I don't know. I just found that very interesting. Maybe some other people can if they have any other stuff on that. But that Mount Hermon, that's where that's right there in the Golan Heights. And Trump, I don't know where he got the, he kind of said he has no right to say that that's Israel's, but he kind of endorsed them. Now they got Trump Heights over there in the Golan Heights. That's it.
Thanks, brother. Thanks, Brother B. The Stolan Heights, more like. Yeah. Well, all this stuff is going to get corrected. We're in a self-correcting mode. Just as the universe demands balance, and just as you can perpetrate crimes and evil, and you can get away with it. You can get away with it in some cases for thousands of years. But eventually, right, there will be an accounting. There will be a reckoning. And that's where we are in the story for the Zionist abomination, right? And for organized world Jewry on the whole. That's where
Chickens
we are.
will come home to roost.
Yeah, exactly. Eventually, there will be some kind of the scales of justice have to be balanced. Eventually, and that's where we are. Here we go.
So the first one is about how Saudi Arabia has transferred 8% of the shares of Aramco to their sovereign wealth fund, which is called the Public Investment Fund, PIF. That's going to give PIF about $160 billion more for investment, which is money that they have been using, that the PIF has been using to diversify the economy and to invest in all sorts of projects domestically and around the world, and to pump funds into innovation and entrepreneurship and so on. So they're boosting their ability to do this now. And they need to do that, frankly, because they've been spending a lot of money lately. So that's a very clever thing that they're doing. Now, the other story has to do with the EU and how they are currently in negotiations with Saudi Arabia, with UAE, and with Qatar to repurchase artillery shells so that they can send them to Ukraine. The GCC countries have massive stockpiles of these shells. They're going all the way back to the first Gulf War in the early 1990s. Saudi Arabia, I think, has at least 500,000 shells like that. So obviously we're talking about old artillery shells, so who knows if they even work anymore. But the European Union is offering to buy them back anyway. Imagine that. You sold them shells 30 years ago, 20, 30 years ago, and they just sat in warehouses all that time, and now you want to buy them again. This shows you a number of things, if you think about this. First of all, it shows you that Europe is out of ammunition. Secondly, it shows that they are tied to support for Ukraine, like a hostage who has a remote-controlled bomb tied around his neck, and he's being forced to rob a bank by his captor. They're completely helpless. They're out of ammunition, but they're still required to send ammunition to Ukraine. So now they're turning to the GCC for old bombs, and the GCC still has those old bombs. And why is that? Because they didn't buy those bombs to use them. They bought them as an investment and as leverage. They bought those bombs for influence. And I've said this a number of times. When the Gulf countries, buy all this weapons technology, what they're doing is buying influence with the most powerful political sector in the West, or one of the most powerful political sectors in the West, one of the strongest political lobbies in Washington. They don't need the missiles. This is just another way of paying $1,000 per plate at a fundraising dinner for a politician. They're not buying the food. They're buying access and influence. And you can see that by the fact that they never used the bombs. They never ate what was on that $1,000 plate. That's the same way that they never used the bombs, because it was never anything but a political pay-to-play donation. It wasn't a purchase. If it was a purchase of anything, it was a purchase of influence. So now those same shells that they bought 20, 30 years ago to get influence are giving them even more influence today. SubhanAllah. Decades later, those bombs are buying them leverage all over again, because Europe is over a barrel. It's like the squirrel who saved up acorns for the winter when nobody else did.
But don't sell them.
So when the winter does come in Europe, the real
but they will.
That they'll be also again knocking on the GCC's door once more. Now this connects to the next story, which is about two employees of an Airbus subsidiary called GPT Special Project Management. They were accused of giving bribes to Saudi officials in order to secure military product deals, purchasing. Between 2007 and 2012, they gave Saudi officials about $12 million to get those purchasing contracts. The employees were acquitted this week because it was revealed that the bribes that they gave the Saudi officials were authorized by the British Ministry of Defense. Now think about that. What do you think that told Saudi Arabia? What do you think that revealed to them about the West, and especially about the UK, and very precisely about the weapons, the British weapons industry? Told them that they're desperate. It told them that they're corrupt. Told them that they're greedy, and that they need the Saudis more than the Saudis need them. And I think that this is a lesson that the Gulf has been steadily learning, little by little, for the past few decades, many years now. At a certain point, I think that they might have actually thought that the West really did care about their so-called values, about their so-called civilization, about their principles, and so on. And that made it a little bit difficult. It made it delicate, awkward to try to navigate relations with them. But eventually, I think the Gulf countries had an epiphany. Oh, they're just prostitutes. They don't actually care about anything but money. Well, that makes it easier. That makes navigating the relationship much, much easier. When you realize that you're not actually, that you're not the one who is benefiting from the relationship, they are. Then you don't have to act grateful anymore. You don't have to be obsequious anymore. And I think that that's what we're seeing. I think that that's why you saw Mohammed bin Salman in that Fox TV interview saying that Saudi Arabia is the #1 weapons purchaser from the United States. And if they want, they can always buy from someone else. That was a threat. That was a very thinly veiled threat. That was putting America in its place. It was sending a message to U.S. weapons companies. They stand to lose their best customer. So therefore, they need to remember that the customer is always right. And I think this is a big part of why we see the Gulf countries being dismissive of the United States now, being defiant, because I think they have finally understood that America and that the West aren't these honorable princesses that have to be carefully and respectfully courted. They're just prostitutes. So the awe has waned considerably. You know, as the Arabs say, America has fallen down from their eyes, and there's no way back from that fall. And it's about time. So the Gulf countries, Saudi Arabia especially, I think have exhibited considerable shrewdness, and the West has exposed their desperate corruption. Europe is showing itself to be, I think, utterly pathetic. And, you know, in the U.S., they've been dumbing down their education system for so long, and they've been inundating their population with brain-deadening entertainment and fake news for so long that I think even their leaders, even their propagandists, believe their own propaganda. It's like the entire political class is on hallucinogens. They're so...
This guy is so fucking based, it's unbelievable. So based.
Wildly out of touch with the world. And they're so oblivious to how wretched their reputation is right now. How wretched their reputation has gotten. That they're simply not equipped at this point to operate effectively on the world stage anymore. You know, I would say that not only is there an economic shift to the global south taking place, but there's also an expertise shift. There's an acumen shift. There's a capability shift and a skills shift. Western political leaders are extravagantly inept today. And that goes for the whole so-called ruling class, including the intelligence services, including the intelligence agencies, including the media, including the deep state. The skills that they once had, they don't have anymore. They can't even control opinion anymore. You know, their ability to manufacture consent has eroded just as much as industrial manufacturing has eroded. They're not what they used to be, and they can't do what they used to be able to do. I mean, they can't even do PR stunts right anymore, like this supposed pier off the coast of Gaza. It's right. It's a dismissible blunder, and that seems to be the only thing that the U.S. is capable of doing anymore. Seriously, watching America conduct foreign policy is like watching Joe Biden ride a bicycle. You know, when you see Biden sort of wander across the stage looking for the exit after he's made his remarks, he's the embodiment of the whole power structure of the United States these days. The whole country is like they have Benjamin Button disease because the ruling class of that country has infantilized the society for so long, has been doing it for decades, and now all those toddlers are stumbling around the corridors of power who were brought up in that infantilizing society. But now the problem for them is that they're sitting across the table, the negotiating table, they're sitting across that table from adults. And I think that over the next few years, and certainly over the next few decades, we're going to see that the grown-ups of the global south are going to put America on a timeout. And it's about time. So inshallah, this is going to be a regular feature every Sunday and every Wednesday, where I will take 2 or 3.
Yeah, this is, you know, it's all happening. It's all happening. It's all coming apart. The reckoning is upon us. We're in this unprecedented, scary, trepidatious time where, okay, is there going to be a nuclear war? Are we going to have the next octogenarian fucking Zionist president? Can you imagine? We didn't want a Biden-Trump election ballot selection in the last cycle. People didn't want that. People wanted even less this time around, but it's not stopping it from happening, is it? Much like every war we've ever had. This is how you know we do not live in an Athenian democratic republic. Okay? It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Back to the real shit.
I wish you could share these truths from a pulpit as a member of Congress.
Man, oh man. Do you think they would I would be tagged as a horrific, rabid, anti-Semitic, Jew-hating bigot, and they would destroy me. They would destroy my chances to get elected.
Marjorie Taylor Greene's hanging in there.
Yeah, but she's a QAnon kind of a fucking Christian evangelical Israel firster. So that's what I think Israel is the most evil entity that has ever existed on the face of the earth. That's my view.
435 congressional seats. There's a district that matches your audience.
I'd have to move to Michigan.
And 56. Ground floor, day 100.
All right.
No end in sight. And just a newsy one today, right, John?
Yeah, just news. Ramadan deadline apparently passed.
Come and gone. But let's start, nevertheless, with Hezbollah, because there were like 12 attacks by Hezbollah today. I mean, Israel bombed deeper into Lebanon, hit more civilians, I think, in the past couple of days. So, the expected, predictable, clockwork retaliation from Hezbollah has come. The settlements, Meron, drones, gathering of soldiers.
There you go, Brother B. Meron drones.
The Ramia site, hit a Namur military vehicle, targeted spy point, targeted the Al Rahib site, Malik Golan site, in the day with Katyusha rockets, Al Samaka site in Kfar Shuba, Israeli patrol unit entering the Malikia site, targeted the Rafah site in Kfar Shuba Heights with rockets. 12 attacks today.
Yeah, one of those was with the Namur attack against the Israeli troop carrier was an Almas top attack anti-tank missile that we talked about before, which was captured during the 2006 July war and reverse engineered in Iran, and gives Hezbollah the capacity to fire similar to a Cornet anti-tank. It fires off a tripod, but then can be controlled once it's in the air, so the shooter can get away, and then it's guided through the air, can change altitude on its way.
That's pretty awesome, right? The Hezbollah got their hands on a missile. They sent it to Iran. They reversed engineered it, and now they have that guided missile capability. Pretty cool.
And so the shot we got today, we've seen them use it a few times to hop over walls, to hit a tank. We saw them hit a tank that was right behind a berm, like the big berm was up beside it, and the tank was tucked right in, and they just went right over top of it. So that's an interesting capability that if they have in large numbers, and I think Nasrallah said something like that we've seen 5% of their capabilities, but a weapon like that would really change the face of a mechanized ground invasion of Lebanon were that to happen, because it's a
which they're promising in a few days, right? I mean, I think they've said March 15th or something. Israel's going to go.
Yeah, Israel's, besides Israel being completely full of shit, if they think, right, that they're going to invade South Lebanon and bring Hezbollah to heel, if they're this crazy and this delusional to think that while they're losing the war against Hamas in Gaza, that they're going to successfully open up a second front in northern occupied Palestine, in southern Lebanon. I mean, you're dealing with people completely detached from any sense of reality, completely untethered from the real world. That's what you're looking at. Nothing less. And if they have this inclination that they're somehow going to drag us along, right? You look at the poll numbers. Look at what's happening to Biden because of this Gaza mess. And the Democrats. Netanyahu and Israel are going to cost the Democrats the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. Right? Not, it doesn't really matter, does it? It doesn't really matter.
When you say lose the Senate, is it possible they could lose California?
No, they're not going to lose California, but they're not going to all the swing states that Trump lost in the last cycle, they're going to carry in this one. Right? They're going to carry Pennsylvania, they're going to carry Ohio, they're going to take some of the Great Lakes states like Wisconsin and Michigan and Minnesota. They're not, dude, it is looking very, very bad for the Democrats. Not that I give a shit. I don't. And I make very little distinction between Republican and Democrat, because when it comes to foreign policy, there's no daylight between them. They're both war parties. They're both owned by AIPAC. They're both fucking American, what is it? The Military Industrial Congressional Complex. Even Bernie the Bomber. Even Bernie is a war pig. Oh, he's singing the right tune when it comes to Gaza now. But Bernie is a war pig. Bernie the Bomber.
Israel hasn't achieved any of its war aims, and one of those is to push Hezbollah off the border. But hope springs eternal. I don't want to do anything that you're gonna do this week on your Electronic Intifada live stream, but the videos that I've seen today and yesterday, John, a video of a bulldozer in Tulkarm in the West Bank.
Oh yeah,
absolutely exploding.
Yeah, it got a bulldozer in the West Bank. We saw drone drop footage.
A drone, thermal image drone. It looked.
So you know what this tells you? Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. Even though Hamas does not govern in the West Bank, and that's totally Israeli collaboration territory with Fatah and the Palestinian Authority, who are just basically overlords and agents for the Israeli government. Even in the West Bank, there's legitimate resistance fighters, and there's a lot of them. A lot of them. Right? And now that Ramadan has officially started, this is going to blow up. So while Israel has their eye on Hezbollah in the north, and ultimately they'd love to drag us in to have us, hey, we'll make a deal with you. This will be the last time we use you goys. This will be the last time. We swear, we promise. Let me pinky square on the star, on the tabernacle of the Star of Remphan on this one. This will be our last slave mission for you Gentiles. Take out Iran for us. Deal with Iran for us. Take them out, and we won't ask you to fight any more wars, at least for a couple of years. Right? That's where we're going here. And no one has the appetite. No one is equipped in the West to continue this kosher servitude, fighting wars for Israel. The appetite is gone. They've used it all up. All the lies are catching up with them. Why? Because all the wars have been discredited. The atrocity propaganda is being debunked in real time. Remember Shmuley, the 40 decapitated babies, the shrunken heads, the jerk-off machines, the 6 million sealed indictments. Everyone's fucking tired of your bullshit. The Holocaust card, the eternal victimization and persecution. Oh, these poor people. Oh, these poor people that are murdering civilians left and right. Oh, these poor people that have no regard for non-Jewish life, that are supremacists at their core. think everyone outside their ethno-religious class is subhuman, an animal in human form. Oh my, the chickens are coming home to roost. And it can't come soon enough. This supremacy needs to go forever. Period. Full stop. Exclamation point.
What it was in a second. But I was 13, 14 years old during the first Gulf War, and CNN used to show videos of them dropping, the U.S. Air Force dropping bombs on Iraq, and just watching the thing. And it's like, it's a very imperialist view, I thought. It's like this, like, we're in the sky and we rule and we command from 1,000 feet and we can rain death down on you. It's not a thing you associate with resistance videos. And yet, here we are in 2024 watching Qassam video of them dropping bombs on a gathering of Israeli troops in Beit Hanun. Once again, Beit Hanun being the northern entrance into Gaza.
Yeah, in behind a built-up berm. And yeah, we won't get too into it because I'll save it for people who want to watch the show on Wednesday on the Electronic Intifada live stream. But yeah, you can clearly see the environment has been completely reshaped in order to protect them from 360 degrees. But not from above or below. And we know that those two dimensions have been critical throughout the war. The war began by those drones knocking out the great the great breakout, the great what was it called? The darkening operation, where they knocked out the communication systems of the Israelis on October 7th, was a critical component to that operation. It was carried out with those drones as well. But yeah, we see them hitting positions that the Israelis believe are safe in areas that the Israelis hope to stay in through this interim period. So yeah, fascinating attack. There was also a video from Soraya Al-Quds showing laying of a minefield.
Soraya Al-Quds is just the Islamic wing. Is just the armed military faction of Islamic Jihad, right? Soraya Al-Quds and the Al-Quds brigades. Just to give you guys, when they're talking about Hamas or Islamic Jihad,
that we hadn't seen them actually do that part of the operations. We read about them, and you report all the time on the field reports. What I try to do on Electronic Intifada is not just use the field reports, but have multiple forms of confirmation. And so to see Islamic Jihad laying this minefield was interesting, because that was the first time that we'd seen that. And then we saw another sniper operation, which again, these are the kind of attacks that take place when the army moves out of the city into the buffer zones, and they're still well within range of these weapons.
The sniper that I saw basically said this is dedicated to the resistance in Yemen.
That's right. He said it was dedicated to the resistance in Yemen before shooting, as he was shooting.
And we have to go to Yemen. So Yemen, I mean, there was the big day for Yemen was not today. It was yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
And yesterday, Yemen attacked. They attacked an American ship, a cargo ship, I guess. But they also attacked. So there was a Propel Fortune ship in the Gulf of Aden. But then at the same time, they attacked with 37 drones a number of U.S. warships. So what I read about this, John, was that they hit the drones, they hit the destroyers that are escorting these ships, so that the anti-missile defense of the destroyers is engaged defending themselves rather than defending the cargo ships.
Right. Flooding the zone. And just, yeah, that we're testing. These things haven't been tested before, right? Like if you watch the American military, the open source guys, they're tracking this too because using the anti-air defenses against, like in active combat, is something that they haven't done before either. So they're trying to track these anti-ship missiles that haven't been used in this way before. When they're talking about, the U.S. hasn't been attacked in their warships in a concerted way like this since World War II. And so a lot of this technology is being sorted out on both sides. But essentially, yeah, you're seeing like a couple of $1,000 max loitering kamikaze drones with the ability to knock out the capacity of these warships to protect against anti-ship cruise missiles, which the Yemeni Armed Forces has many, many of. So yeah, and again, the statement was made just very straightforwardly by their spokesperson. End the siege on Gaza. It's the simplest negotiating position. They don't have a multi-layer, multi-staged negotiation. Just let food into Gaza.
They also, Ansar Allah.
This is how screwed they are, right? This is how screwed America is. They're being attacked by the Houthis because of a principled humanitarian position that Ansar Allah is maintaining. End this killing. End the siege. Let these people fucking live. That's it. They're absolutely right. It's not a complicated 25-point plan. Stop the killing, end the siege, and that's it. We'll let the ships associated with this genocide continue. But the countries associated with this genocide, namely United Kingdom, America, and Israel, we're not going to let your fucking commercial vessels go through. And we will attack your military vessels that are there raining hell on us. It's not very complicated. So when you have the legal and moral high ground, it's very simple. Very simple.
It's also what they say. And I'm sure you saw this, John, spokespeople for Ansar Allah said, they're holding the crew of the first ship that they seized, the Galaxy Leader, which they turned into a tourist attraction. People are diving off of it. And the crew is being treated very well, but I guess they're not allowed to leave. And so Ansar Allah said that if their detention is related to Palestinians, and given that the crew was working on a ship linked to Israel, their countries can send a direct request to our brothers in the Hamas movement, and if they agree, there will be no objection from us. Wow.
They keep it simple.
Wow. You want to get your people out, you ask Hamas. Hamas says it's good. They go free. And that's that. So that's Yemen. And now I guess Iraq. Iraq now is attacking every day as well. So there was a while where they were not, and now they are. So it's Haifa. It seems like it's been Haifa for the past couple of days. And so it was not, those weeks that they took off were not because they were taking themselves out of the fight by any means.
Doesn't appear that way, no. Seems like that was just part of the internal negotiations. Did you already address? Did we talk about that?
Yeah. So now we have to go to Gaza. Before we go to Gaza, though, let's go to Gaza. So in Gaza, we have, in addition to these drone attacks, there's fighting in Beit Hanun. I've seen a lot of reports about fighting in Beit Hanun and Khan Yunis, not as much in Zaytun. I haven't seen anything in Zaytun in today. Have you? Oh no, I did. There's one. Al-Aqsa did some shelling.
Only on the edges. It appears they've pulled out of Zaytun and remain out of Zaytun.
Yeah. So more fighting in Khan Yunis and Beit Hanun. That's what I'm seeing.
And the Beit Hanun brigade for the Israelis is an ultra-Orthodox brigade that normally serves in the West Bank, and this is their first tour in Gaza. And they just got there the other day. They're going to Beit Hanun, and they were victims of the target of that sniper attack, which looked to have killed one, and some. It was a near miss on the second guy, who will clearly remember for the rest of his life how close that was.
So it's a fresh unit
that's never been in Gaza before and didn't fight in the war.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point, because I also saw, like, every Israeli is at least a sergeant. So whenever you see news that someone has been killed, it's like it's a sergeant that's 19 years old or something, and then you're like, that's not how most armies work. To be a sergeant is something that involves a lot
experience,
having a lot of experience.
Yeah,
you don't go to school to become a sergeant. You have experience in the field, and then you're promoted to sergeant. Everybody's at least a sergeant, but I saw a news that like a 43-year-old major was killed, and then when you see like a 43-year-old major, Amishar Ben David, head of the Commando Brigade's forward command team, that's like somebody
legit.
Important.
Yeah, that's legit.
A 43-year-old in the army is important, and
now that we know the reserves have moved out.
Yeah. So, I saw on, I think it's on D, Revolutionary M.
Yeah.
Revolutionary M Twitter feed. Revolutionary EM, highly recommended Twitter if you want. And they were arguing that the Israelis have lost, they were trying to do a tally. On March 7th, the Israeli Broadcasting Corporation announced that since October 7th, the Israelis have lost 4 brigade commanders, 39 platoon commanders, 13 battalion commanders, and 6 lieutenant colonels. So that's those are not easy to replace. It's like it's very similar to the armored vehicles. It's one thing to hit soldiers in a battle. It's another thing to kill an officer, a high-ranking officer that takes a really long time to prepare, that is responsible for giving orders and cohesion to a unit. And I don't know. I don't like the whole constant deferring of a ceasefire, the whole deferring of a negotiation, and the whole seeming appetite for a long war in which all the Israeli prisoners die. I don't know that can happen without the actual collapse of the Israeli military at some point. I do think that, I don't know whether the Israelis know it, but it certainly seems to me that having your army do constant genocidal acts while losing officers and armored vehicles on a regular, almost like a regular schedule, I don't know that that's a recipe for a long war.
Well, they said that the Israeli plan was that was presented to the war cabinet was that if there wasn't a negotiated deal by Ramadan, that they were going to invade Rafah. By Ramadan, they would invade Rafah if there was no deal by Ramadan.
And Ramadan is here now.
And so, well, it'll be interesting to see if they're going right into Rafah, or if this is, because to me it would seem that they are not ready for that operation. But we don't know. This is the thing, is like we can only assess so much because this is unprecedented times. It's unprecedented for the Israeli army. They've taken unprecedented losses. It's never been like this for the amount of losses that they have. We don't know. But like, this is also the same army that's talking up a war in Lebanon. That would be,
crazy. Yeah.
More than 10 times the war that's happening now.
They can't defeat Hamas in Gaza. And they're entertaining thoughts about taking on Hezbollah? Come on, man. You can't take these people seriously. They're a fucking joke.
I mean, in the demonstrations in Israel, not to do like the daily demonstrations in Israel updates, but there was some pretty big demonstration.
Make Israel 110 again. Right? I'm going to get my 110 shirts, it's the Jews stupid shirts, and I think they'll be big sellers. I think I could sell more it's the Jews stupid t-shirts than the IDF can sell one bullet, 2 kills, where they show a picture of a pregnant Palestinian woman with crosshairs on her baby bump, right? And mine are in better taste, of course.
It's in Israel, and again, fighting with cops over a prisoner release, because these prisoners are gonna die of famine. You can't starve Gaza without starving the prisoners, and so condemning the whole Israeli block of prisoners to death by famine, that's really ice cold, man.
Who do you think you're dealing with?
Ice cold by Netanyahu. Like, to have that kind of leadership that's willing to do that. I mean, it's like the anti-Shalit, right? Like when Shalit, it's worth 1,000 Israelis, and now they're saying it's worth killing 1,000 Israelis to not trade one. They're trying to prove, but so it's like they're trying to prove that they're not the Israel that gave up thousands of prisoners for Shalit, and they're trying to prove that it's not the Israel that withdrew after taking some hits in Shujaiya in 2014. So like, really, what's left then? Like, what kind of Israel are you then? Like,
a very evil one, obviously.
Live in those communities under that. I think, didn't Abu Ubaidah? Did you do Abu Ubaidah? You did.
I talked a little bit, but
he said they're starving to death. They're starving to death like we are. Right? Like we're all starving. And they eat. He said right at the beginning, the captives eat what we eat. We eat what they eat. And at the beginning, that was an honorable thing to say. And now it's just the reality, because there isn't food in Gaza, and it can't just go. Like when they draw these deadlines of Ramadan, is that opening up for now that there's not going to be an agreement for another 6 months because they're going to take a few weeks to prepare to invade Rafah for several months? There are people. And then are they just going to let all their people die? Is that what we're watching?
I think that's what we're watching. And then, I watched Elijah Magnier interviewed on Rachel Levin's show. I just listened to that before we started recording tonight, and a couple of things jumped out. He thinks this is going to go on for years. He thinks that this is just the beginning. He sort of thinks that Netanyahu wants all the prisoners to die because that kind of gets rid of the problem of what to do about getting them.
Well, I would want to see the counter argument to it. What's the counter argument to it? What sign have we seen from the Israeli government or its military that they have any other plan for the prisoners than that?
Amal Saad, I want to share her strategic thoughts, because this is a time for some strategic considerations. Amal Saad says, since Israel seems unable to achieve any semblance of victory, the next best alternative is to ensure that there is no status quo for Hamas to go back to. This entails rendering Gaza ungovernable. If you can't overthrow a regime, you can try dismantling what it governs. Given that Israel has failed to significantly degrade Hamas militarily or ensure a day-after scenario that doesn't include it, the U.S.'s new objective seems to have shifted from a zero-sum game where Israel wins to a lose-lose situation where neither side wins. Making Gaza ungovernable entails manufacturing a security vacuum and engineering mass starvation. If no political or social force is capable of enforcing law and order, let alone reconstituting any form of governance, the U.S. can transform Gaza into an aid-dependent territory, an open-ended war, where the very objectives of the war itself seems to be the U.S. current strategy. This is confirmed by the Pentagon's estimation. The aid port it plans to build will take 2 months, suggesting the war is set to last for months longer. The only thing that I think about this is a plan for a war that's going to go on for years in which Israel is losing armored vehicles every day, losing soldiers every day, losing officers, I don't know, every week, losing high-level officers every week, and all their prisoners die. And like I said last time we got together, John, Hamas can take more prisoners too. Once all the prisoners that they have are dead, they'll start picking more prisoners out from the Israelis that are invading the Gaza Strip. So, like, it's not going to end. The whole idea of prisoners is not going to end when the current group of Israeli prisoners dies of starvation and bombs inflicted by Israel. So, the issue is not like, can this status quo stretch for years? From the Palestinian perspective, the question is, can it stretch for years from the Israeli perspective, where the communities around Lebanon and Gaza will not have people in them? They'll be constantly bombed from Lebanon. They'll be rocketed from Gaza still. They'll have no economy. Ansar Allah will be hitting them. Iraqi resistance will be hitting them in their ports. Can Israel do that?
They have to be paying for hundreds of thousands of people to live in hotels.
Can Israel do that for years?
Right.
No, I know. I mean, their whole doctrine.
They can't. I don't agree with that either. There's no way. The Palestinians have been living under unimaginable circumstances for nearly a century. But if you ask the Israeli people to live under siege, to live where the war has come home, no, they'll never do it. They're already fleeing. They're jumping on the next available plane. They've already evacuated about 100,000 people from northern occupied Palestine on the border with Lebanon. They're not going to live with this kind of adversity, right? There's a softness to them. The beta incel, right? Soldier. The mama's boy who would rather be studying the Torah or brutalizing, elderly citizens in the West Bank, or breaking a young kid's arm for throwing a rock at a tank. They're not equipped to fight armed men. They don't have that. That's why we are their best soldiers and slaves. And that card has been played repeatedly. And before it was us, it was the Brits. Okay? In the Opium Wars, in the Boer Wars, the Napoleonic Wars, right? They're very good at fomenting crises, engineering events, and getting Gentiles to fight their wars for them. They're exceedingly good at doing that. But even that eventually gets played out. Do you think the American public is on board with another Zion war in the Middle East? They weren't on board with any of them, except for Afghanistan because of the atrocity propaganda of 9/11. Oh, but Bert, those people, over 3,000 people died in America, in New York. Yeah, I knew a bunch of them. I knew a bunch of people that died on that day. But we weren't given the correct information about that, were we? Who was behind it? What the motivation was? What the agenda behind it was? For exactly this, what we're facing right now. To get to, they needed a second Pearl Harbor that would catalyze American public opinion into supporting forever war against terror in the Middle East. This is what they needed to set up what we've been experiencing for the subsequent two and a half decades. Go ahead, Independent.
So when you speak about what will the American voters tolerate, what will they put up with, will they support another war? In the last 15 years, 0 American citizens have stepped forward to talk to new challenging candidates and old incumbents and say, could you please move us away from this endless war policy, this, regime change policy, the forever wars? We don't want it anymore. And they just don't. They just don't show up and ask that question. If you thought there was a peace movement in the United States, there's probably 25,000 hours of civic action put forward by American citizens that are anti-war, and they're channeled into Code Pink and then dead-ended. Code Pink dead ends all of that civic will and civic action because they refuse to participate in elections, and so change can't happen. No matter how many rallies they host, no matter how many donations they consolidate, they do not flip a single congressional seat, so change can never happen.
I agree with you. Code Pink is very suspect. Very suspect. I mean, I like a lot of what they did. I was at a rally. I was at an anti-war rally in New York City. What? I want to say 7 years ago, when right after Trump Tomahawk missile struck Syria, after the false flag, he's gassing his own people. Remember that one? And
well, there was 3 of those.
There was 2 of those back, and they happened in subsequent years. Well, 3. Yes, you're right. 3 of those, and they happened in subsequent years on the same month. I remember that. Trump did it twice, and Obama did it once. Right.
And he forewarned them in advance to get out of the airfield that he was going to strike.
Well,
nobody at the airfield was killed, but because the bombs are not surgical and they bounced around, only civilians were killed in the outskirts of the military airfield.
Well, this is the point. Okay. It's theater. We know what's going on, and we're the ones, did you ever notice that whenever you listen to an interview with whoever, Kim Jong-un, okay? If you listen to an interview with Kim Jong-un or Saddam Hussein or Muammar Gaddafi or Hugo Chavez or Vladimir Putin or Xi or anybody outside of the Western Hemisphere, you ever notice they come off very well? These people seem to be genuine and honest. And they seem like they're telling the truth, and everything that they say kind of jives. Well, it depends on the level of your awakeness. And then conversely, when you talk about the West, all we have are lying, scheming sacks of shit. Whether it's Richie Sunak or Boris Johnson or Emmanuel Macron or fucking Sarkozy or Biden or Trump or Obama. You see, that's because we live in a system where it's all about deceit. It's all about lies. Pathological liars. That's who our government officials are. That's who our elected leadership is, because they have an agenda that they're carrying out, and they don't serve you. They don't give a shit about their constituency. They only give a shit about their donors. And who are their donors? Israel firsters like Haim Sabin on the Democratic side, or Sheldon Adelson on the right, on the conservative Republican side.
Yeah.
And what do they both? What did both say? The Democratic funders and the Republican funders, the two top people, what do they both say? Israel is their number one issue. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. And people are beginning to understand that they exist, and they are enslaved into kosher servitude. They know this. It's coming through crystal clear. Every day, the knowledge and the awareness rises. Are you done, Independent? If you're done,
I gotta. Yeah. My browser's freaking out. I gotta drop down and come back.
Okay.
Up.
Oh, good. Thank you. That's what we're dealing with, folks. We are enslaved mentally, psychologically, politically, historically, culturally, sociologically. When you can pull this all off, when you can fabricate a theology in which God chose you, you're a special people, are unique. You're the apple of God's eye. Salvation comes through you. When you can pull this one off, well, what else can't you pull off? The psychological manipulation and enslavement is key. Theological, key. It's important. It's been aces. It served them well.
Put Amal's statement up there, because I just think there's one thing that I would push back on, is that it's true that there's, what did she say? She said there's no social force capable of governing.
If no political force.
So there's no if there. There is a social force capable of enforcing law and order, but Israel's killing them right now, and so it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't help the aid truck if Hamas police go and get killed at the aid truck. So they've stopped doing that because they killed them. It wasn't because that force didn't exist. Mm-hmm. So that's the thing I would question, is that I don't believe there's the ability to reduce law and order in Gaza, because you haven't defeated the group that is socially capable of providing that. And people will give them a certain amount of time, even in situations where they're
now, how many Americans even know that? How many Americans know that the police buildings and the police forces were targeted by Israel in this ongoing war? How many people know that?
Fully in control. People will give them the opportunity to regain their control. People aren't going to fight them in that way at this point. I don't see that. I don't know. We don't want to get into too many predictions, but I don't see that happening. I don't think they have the ability to set the clans and the big families against Hamas. That fight's already been sorted. Yeah, they are. Yeah, and the people. Yeah, I don't see them seeing this as an opportunity to redo that. So, yeah, if Israel allowed the social force that is capable of ruling Gaza to reconstitute itself, namely the municipal services, those could be back up and running right away. And that's what they were talking about in the north a couple months ago, when they were saying, Hamas police are reconstituting themselves in the north to stop people from looting. And then Israel went around and bombed all of the police stations in the north as a completely separate operation from the war. So they've made it a suicide. They've made it a death wish to do the basic presence patrol functions of the police. So those police have melted away, but they're not gone. In the same way, the doctors have fled with their families, but they come back and reconstitute, which is what Abu Ubaidah said in his speech yesterday, that their principal demands are for humanitarian aid, for people to return home, and for reconstruction to begin. Because the people in the Gaza Strip can participate in that. They're not sitting there waiting for the outside for Joe Biden to figure out how he's going to do aid distribution or how he's going to secure this pier that they're talking about building, because Qassam will secure the pier, right? If you allow the people on the ground to actually function, you can skip over these big questions that Biden feels like he has to answer about how this port's going to work, how this pier will work.
I don't think you're objecting or pushing back to what Amal said, because Amal is basically saying the same thing. She's saying that Israel is trying to make sure that those available resources are not able to be used, right?
And it looks like that, it looks right now, it looks like they're successful in that, because people are starving. There are no possibilities for distributing aid, which existed earlier in the war, that were escorted by police and were distributed roughly in a fair manner. The chaos came because of an Israeli imposition.
Of course. Speaking of, so we've talked about Elijah, we've talked about Amal, and then there's Greg. So there's a thing that Greg Stoker, who I'm sure people on this channel know, he's got a podcast called Colonial Outcasts. He's on Instagram. He's something, Special Forces or Marine or something in the US. So a lot of people started, including me, started watching his videos because he was making fun of all the doctrinal and tactical errors, basic errors that the Israelis make in their propaganda videos about how great they are. And he's familiar with all the equipment they are misusing and how they're not using their every little detail of what they're doing wrong. He is able to point out. But he keeps using this phrase that I don't agree with, where he says Hamas can't defeat Israel militarily, but they can defeat them politically. And I think that's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely is wrong.
I don't know if it's exactly backwards in the sense that, but my inclination is to think it's backwards. I actually think they can defeat Israel militarily. It's harder to defeat them politically when you think of, if defeating them politically means they lose their support in places like Canada and the US, that's impossible. That's impossible, actually. But defeating them militarily is quite possible, and it's slowly unfolding, I think, before our eyes. So that's it's just one of those phrases that people go back to, and it becomes the basis of an analysis. And I just think it's not a sound basis for an analysis.
Yeah, I think they could defeat them militarily too. I guess that's the distinction, is where military ends and politics starts, right?
Right, because you can't separate. Yeah, and most theories, if you look at communists or guerrilla warfare theorists, whatever, Mao Zedong or Che Guevara or Castro or General Giab or, I don't know, Svechin, any of those people that you might read as a left-wing military analyst, all of them, Trotsky, they all start from the inseparability of politics, Ho Chi Minh, from politics and military affairs. You can't. How could you have a military objective that doesn't have to do with politics? Politics is power, and military is the use of arms. Of course, you can't. They're not.
They can defeat them politically in the sense that it's not impossible to see Netanyahu's government falling. It's not impossible to see a cabinet shuffle, at least if there's a legitimate prisoner exchange deal, there's members of the cabinet, there's members of the coalition that would leave the coalition, but apparently they can replace that coalition without having an election, which otherwise is 1.5 years away.
But like Zionism in Israel is not going to be politically defeated from the outside or from anywhere, as far as I can tell. Right? Like whoever replaces Netanyahu is going to also be an anti-Palestinian racist psychopath.
Yeah, a better deal for the prisoners.
Yeah, there's no
or deal at all for the prisoners.
There's no one who's going to replace Netanyahu who's going to say, you know, one democratic state from the river to the sea with equal rights for all.
I did notice that the Economist defense editor wrote in Foreign Affairs the other day that he, presumably Israeli military intelligence, is telling him that there's 18 soldiers in captivity. I'm not sure if that includes the 5 women soldiers that they're talking about, but if it didn't, then it would seem that the Israeli intelligence number that they want people to know is 18 soldiers, which is definitely fewer than.
That's like a death sentence for everybody that is not on that list, right? I mean, if the Israelis are telling you there's only 18.
Well, it just tells you that there's a bunch of prisoners that are not, that Qassam doesn't know about, that Qassam would have. And that you could see that in
that's true. But what I hear in that number is like, if I think there's 130 and the Israelis are saying there's 18, that means when Israel goes around killing 112, it's pretty clear Israel isn't really looking for those or doesn't care about them. And that's also why
20 guys are safe.
Yeah. And that's also why, like, you can see how Hamas makes these videos of these prisoners and very specific prisoners. Like the old guys, they said, you know, we tried our best, right? I think that video came out in the past couple of days too. They said we tried our best, but Israel killed these people. And it's presumably killed the people that were guarding them too.
Well, that's why Israel really wants, that's why Israel's pressing for, they want the names. They want to know who's being held because they want to know who the 70 dead are. I think that's the realpolitik of that, is that they're trying to find out. They don't want to make a prisoner exchange deal that they're believing is for 50 soldiers if they're all dead bodies, that the rabbinical, you know, the rabbi already said they could bury them, which is what they're doing already in Israel. Making the bodies, trying to make the bodies not worth anything by having the proper burials, and essentially forgetting about them. These are really remarkable. These are elements that scholars of Zionism will study these decisions because these seem like extremely fateful decisions.
We are watching an immense transformation of Israeli society unfold.
Yeah.
And like maybe the potential was always there for them to go this way, but this is
because
what do you mean go this way? This is where they've been, bro, from fucking day one.
Allow aid in.
See, this is look. These are like. Hold on a second, guys. These are some of my favorite commentators, right? But everyone, it almost seems like everyone has some Achilles heel link back to the fake consensus narrative, somehow pretending that Judaism is this wonderful, loving, peaceful theology, that this just happened over the course of time. Somehow this is an isolated case of bad Jewish behavior over the course of time. Somehow this is an isolated case of bad Jewish behavior over the course of the last several decades that has come up in Israel. That's not the case. This has always been a highly problematic, malevolent theology, steeped and rooted in Jewish supremacy. Period. Full stop. That's it. But no, we got to dance around. We got to talk about the Nazis and the fucking Holocaust. Everybody's got some kind of hang up. Now, I get it. They can't all be as real as you, dude. You're the man. Blah, blah, blah. Right? No, I'm not fishing for compliments. I'm just existing in my ultimate reality. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to gatekeep. I'm not going to maintain fucking bullshit consensus narratives because I'm scared to be called a Nazi or a bigot. Fuck you. I know real history. I don't get mine from watching Steven Spielberg movies or listening to Elie Wiesel or Anne Frank, a fictional piece, pretend like it's real. Right. Oh no, that really happened. 6 million. Yeah, right. Sure. Shrunken heads. Yeah. Shrunken heads. Yep. Jerk-off machines? Yeah. They had these horrible Nazi jerk-off machines that would rip your circumcised schlong off you. Do you hear about that one? How about the lampshades? How about the soap? How about the Holdermore pictures being passed off as death camp pictures? And that leads us right into 40 dead babies in the ovens being set on fire, dismembering, cutting off breasts and throwing them around like footballs, shooting women in the vaginas. It's all about deceit. They're incapable of telling the truth. So why are you still listening? How many lies must you be told to start to discount the source?
Allow them to rebuild their hospital and their school system. Can you imagine explaining to a family that those are the reasons why you let your soldiers and your people who you told to live in this, go have an adventure and live in this frontier town built right into the...
You know what? If this wild, rabid Zionist dog is not brought to heel, right? It's a black mark on humanity, first of all. But second of all, they're never going to have peace. Listen, if you are trying to impose an unacceptable reality of supremacy, of this Israeli hegemony upon the region, you're never going to have peace. It's not going to happen. So what's their game? What are they about? Don't they know they're fucking up left and right every day? Can't they see that they're hemorrhaging support? That all the goodwill and all the collective guilt that is accrued from this tragedy that happened to them 80 years ago in Europe has gone. People are tired about it. Don't even bring it up. You've played that card fucking... You've gotten a lot of mileage from it. I'll give you that. A tremendous amount of mileage. You've wrung every drop out of it. But now you're pumping it dry well. There's nothing there for you. It's gone.
Ghetto that people have been saying was going to explode for decades. And then they take all those people from those communities. They're unable to defend it in many cases for multiple days. And then you're going to ask them to go back.
And on that day, they slaughter hundreds of them from the air.
Of their own people. Did you watch tomorrow Al Jazeera has a documentary that they're launching on October 7th that talks about these things and the numbers. I mean, nothing. I don't know if...
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll black it out in the West, right? You won't be able to watch just like they did the lobby. Remember the lobby, the Al Jazeera, where they had infiltrated AIPAC, gotten the guy to go in there, was all microphoned and he had like the button camera and a microphone. And he's like, oh yeah, they're talking about all their dirty tricks and all their astroturfing and how they smear all the fucking BDS people and the pro-Palestine people across college campuses. They have these intimidation campaigns, doxing, right? All the dirty tricks. They're up to their eyeballs in filth. It's a fucking veritable cesspool.
If there's a ton of stuff that we didn't already say in that doc, but they definitely, there's no question that there's scores of people were killed by Israelis in total chaos and confusion, in the most humiliating way for a military in the 21st century who lauds itself on being a sophisticated military. You know, just the stuff we said on this show, like that they were targeting based on WhatsApp groups that said target the third house over from the water tower with your chain belt, with your belt-fed 30mm cannon, which sprays the entire area. It's a transformation of Zionism that's happening. That is.
And welcome to our 11 listeners from Hasbara and the intelligence services that don't want to conceal their identities and are listening to this space. Welcome, my friends, because, like I said, it is all over for the Frankenstein abomination. Thank the good Lord. Hallelujah. Hallelujah, my friends. One way or another, it's all over.
But these decisions are fateful decisions.
Oh, and I like the fact that the unidentified listeners, the number consistently goes up. It's usually around six or seven, but now we're almost double that. We are getting some on the radar. We're on the radar, folks.
On the brink, because we know people are dying. Children are dying in Gaza. The number is something like 25 at this point that have died. They have been dying for about the last 4 or so days, and they're going to just increase with each day that happens. The same thing is going on underground. They don't have tons of extra food underground, so their people are slowly dying as well. Their old people will die first. It's just remarkable, because they're not even saying the Ramadan deadline passed, so now we're going to start this military operation, which will hasten the captives. There's no pretense to that at all.
The cowardly Israelis would rather starve them than fight them. Do you get it? Because if they have to go in there and fight them, they will actually take casualties. So, of course, the preferred route is starvation. It's not hard to figure out, especially when you're dealing with utter scum.
If they waste another week or another 2 weeks, I remember just on this show alone saying we were going to have a multi-week interim period here where Israel just bombs from the air. Yeah. Which incidentally, I want to just say, as we do every show, we talk about the ground war when we're talking about the war, but every single day, the aerial bombardment continues to kill from the north to the south, all throughout. There's a massacre today in Misorat camp in the middle areas, and they killed 2 kids in a family that were born after the war began. So they're killing children now, regularly killing children who were not alive on October 7th. So
pathetic. It's fucking pathetic is what it is.
It's like understanding that this has gone on for 5 months, and at this point, no matter how perverse or how counterproductive or irrational it has become, that Israel and the US is going to pursue it. And Biden said there's no red lines. He was interviewed and he said, and the interviewer kind of sheepishly asked him, like, are there any red lines for you? And Biden said, no, there's no red lines. There's nothing that could stop us from supplying weapons to Israel.
Even though that they say that there's, at least the captives are Americans. So they're just saying, see it to their American captives as well, right? Blinken wears around that one American guy's dog tags that was captured in a tank on the border. He wears his dog tags because he's American. Yeah, it's remarkable. So what, did you talk about the pier? Did we want to say something about the pier?
I asked our very astute commenters and viewers what they thought. I gave them 4 options about what they thought the pier was about. And I didn't do a quantitative analysis. Most of them I think thought it was about some kind of natural gas field. Some of them agreed with my theory that it's to preempt someone else from BRICS running the blockade, like Iran or China. Others thought it was just, it was just going to be like there was also the sinister one where it's like to evacuate the people as Palestinians who get pushed into the sea by Israel. And then since the Egyptians haven't agreed to accept them in Sinai. And then I think the other, I don't know, there was another one. Well, basically like creating this like trickling aid, like Al-Massad's, the way Al-Massad describes it. It's like if it becomes a place of starvation, the Americans can control it through trickling aid, and just the Israelis don't like to ever even say they're giving any aid. Like it's bad in Israeli society to say that you're giving Palestinians anything, right? So maybe having the Americans there is not so bad.
Yeah, I don't even know if they have a plan. It seems like it's something that they just came up with. It seems like there's multiple plans. There's an EU boat that they're trying to float over that couldn't come today because of weather. That doesn't look like it'll solve any kind of a mass starvation issue. And that's the EU. And it seems like people in the EU are like, okay, if people are actually starving to death, someone's going to ask us, well, people were starving to death in Gaza. What did you do? For the history books. And you can say, well, we floated a maritime corridor, but it doesn't seem to work. The one that they're talking about taking
Hot
off
air.
Immediately.
Hot air was another one
where the Americans build a pier that takes 2 months to build.
Starting from when? When's the start date on this pier? 2 months from when?
Yeah, 2 months from when is
when are we at n plus 2 months? When is that?
It's too long for people. It's too long. People will starve by that point. It's too long.
So it's too long to make it an optical thing. But if we're 2 months into outright famine.
This is all these are just cynical attempts to avoid responsibility, to provide them with plausible deniability. They know that people are starving to death every day. They know they're going to continue to starve to death. That's the plan. They want less Palestinians, especially if Egypt doesn't accept them. Even the Zionist war pig Thomas Friedman wrote this. The Israelis want to shrink the amount of Palestinians that they have to govern in Gaza. Imagine that. Mow the lawn.
I guess they think the desperation will be such that, then you're really talking about running a death camp, right? You're really talking about running a death camp and distributing some kind of bricks of food from some naval pier that people have to line up for or something.
Our friends look like they're in a death camp. They look like they've lost. They look sickly. People that we're friends with from before times, you can visibly see the difference. Of course you can. And what they're doing to children, it's just unbelievable. I mean, the only thing about the American pier that you could say is that the pier that's bringing in all the concrete to rebuild Gaza? Like, our brains haven't really allowed us to do this part of the assessment analysis yet. But there's this whole after period when enormous amounts of resources have to somehow enter Gaza in a way that clearly isn't going to be happening through Egypt or Israel. So is that the beginning of that? I guess on an optimistic note, is that the I mean, because some people were saying they're worried. I'd heard people say they're worried that this port actually means that the death of the land crossings, right? That the land crossing, this is their way of doing in the land crossings.
I don't understand that, honestly. Like a land crossing can be opened whenever you open it. So it doesn't. The fact that there's a pier there or not doesn't change the fact that you can open the crossing at any point.
And they haven't. And all these years, Egypt hasn't opened that crossing properly.
Right.
And so
do you know who did have the crossing opened? Morsi, the Muslim Brotherhood, democratically elected president that was couped by America for General Sisi, the Zionist bootlicking, chicken-pecking Uncle Tom Arab leader of Egypt.
Yeah, that's Egypt being Egypt. But if the war does go on for years, like the reconstruction situation is not one we can map onto the status quo. I don't think there'll be an Israel in years. If the war goes
Inshallah
goes on like this for years, I don't see how the Israeli army will not collapse. I think it will collapse. I don't see how anybody will stay in Israel. I don't see it. I don't think this is something that can go on for years without totally transforming the whole region, starting with Israel. So yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point to imagine how reconstruction will take place, but like reconstruction of a totally different state configuration than we have.
I mean, that's it. That's from Zionism's standpoint, why they want to have a war of attrition when they're not regaining their own territory. So the buffer zones are going to be in the south of Israel and the north of Israel for indefinitely for years,
as long as it takes for them to finish the genocide. After which they then have a war with Lebanon and have a war with the West Bank.
Well, the Israeli supposition must be that all the prisoners are in Rafah, right? Because they couldn't find them in Khan Yunis. They said that they weren't in the north anymore.
Yeah,
but there's no reason to believe that's true.
Well, yeah, they could be in
the exact same place that they always were in.
But if they're in the tunnels, under Rafah, why would they be able to get them any more than they could get them?
Of course, they're in the tunnels. Where else would they be?
Not in the tunnels under Gaza City.
No, and they haven't. They haven't been. They're not.
You know what? They could be. Listen, I know this is kind of like outside the box, but a lot of these prisoners, right, / hostages, could be in Egypt, right? They could have taken them out
for all this time, right? The amount of time between when they said that they had operational control over the north hasn't connected with number of tunnels.
I mean, I guess ultimately the Israeli supposition is starvation. And this is what the defense minister said on day one. He said we're gonna cut them off like animals, and so if they can eliminate the entire 2 million population through starvation,
or just the idea is that Hamas will surrender because people are starving.
Right, but that's not. Yeah, we know that's not going to happen because
the people don't want that to happen. People in Gaza don't want that to happen.
But like the level of starvation that it would take for that to happen is you're already talking about hundreds of thousands of people. Like what are we at now? We're at 30,000+ killed without accounting for under the rubble, without accounting for the deaths that would continue if the war stopped today. So. And it's not linear, like you said. Once starvation starts, it's gonna become more like exponential.
Yeah, and none of the things that they're dropping in these airdrops are allowing for the food to be scaled in any way, right? Like they're not dropping bags of flour.
They're also dropping it on people and killing the people,
which was inevitable, right? Because you're just dropping them. You're either dropping them on people, or the best case scenario, you're dropping them so that the fastest person in Gaza can run to get them. I saw them drop one in the built up areas, and people are trying to run after them amid the rebar and destruction that's all in the streets, the carnage. It's just
they just love that. This is like this is what turns Israelis on, I guess, at this point.
Sickos.
Yeah, and the Western world, like France doesn't just drop their stuff from the plane and drop it on kids. They also want a flag on their box so that when it does drop to the ground with a ready-to-eat meal and a single biscuit, that they can say thank you to France. That's how delusional people are in France. And the number of people that goes into an airdrop, the number of people that are like, yeah, put a flag on it. Oh yeah, that's a good idea. Put a flag on it. Nobody in any of those meetings said like, hey, maybe don't put a flag on it. It's killing children. It's a really grotesque display that you somehow...
John, while you were doing your segment, John, while you were doing your segment, the Associated Press reported that tonight, genocide Joe Biden is making a State of the Union address in which he says that the U.S. is going to establish a temporary port on the Gaza coast, quote, increasing the flow of humanitarian aid for the beleaguered territory. I mean, what do we make of this? You know, they're doing anything they can to provide. I mean, obviously, this is yet another propaganda stunt, a PR move.
Yep.
That increases chances of people voting for him.
Trying to give him a pass on genocide.
The Americans are doing they're doing anything they can.
A day after. This comes 2 days after Super Tuesday, when in a number of states, I think it's something like 10 states, people go and vote in the primary elections.
Yeah.
For viewers who are outside the U.S., that's where people go and vote for who they want as the candidate for whichever party they vote for. So obviously, Donald Trump is almost certain to be the Republican candidate, and Joe Biden is certain to be the Democratic candidate if he continues, let's say. But in Minnesota, for example, there was a 20% uncommitted vote in the Democratic primary. And uncommitted, it means that, you know, people are going to register a protest against...
You know what that means? That means Michigan is starting a new trend here. And this trend does not bode well for genocidal, dementia, pedo, clueless Joe.
Joe Biden, and this was far bigger than anyone expected. It was a massive uncommitted vote, and the days after, or a week after, the same thing happened in Michigan. But what's incredible to me about this story is that it says that Joe Biden will announce a plan in his State of the Union address for the U.S. to help establish a template. All
right. This is the point where we go, what, 10:30, so 11:30. So we're 5.5 hours in, 5 hours in. Let me drop a link. So if you believe in this movement, if you want to support democratic forces, egalitarianism worldwide, an end to the suffering of humanity, please consider making a donation. Excuse me. Boom! Just drop that link. You could do it anonymously on Odyssey, or you could do a one-off on PayPal. Thank you for your support. Let's go back here.
Report. That's weird. Are they going to send the U.S. military openly to Gaza? And then, again, it is, to me, avoiding the issue of why aid isn't getting in. Why do they need a port? They don't need a port. There are roads that go into Gaza.
There are many.
There are many roads that go into Gaza.
All full of trucks.
Yeah,
waiting
right there.
For months.
There were satellite photos taken a week ago that showed something like 2,000 trucks waiting at the Rafah crossing. And aid official after aid official after aid official says the reason the trucks are not getting in is because Israel will not allow them in. And we've seen time and again the Israelis not just blocking aid that gets in, but when a trickle of aid does get in, and we heard Dr. Arham Ali telling us it's a trickle of aid getting in, and he was just in Gaza, the Israelis bomb, shoot, and kill people who are trying to get this meager aid. And we saw the airdrops, which, as you said in the news report, Nora, that Tamara Nassar and I called humanitarian aid theater, a stunt. And I think I saw something like, you know, these airdrops, you know, each one of them drops something like, is it 6 tons of aid, something in that order. Let's just be realistic about this. That is the equivalent with all this drama, all these planes, you know, the photo ops, 6 tons of aid
one airplane of aid, that's the equivalent of a truckload. A truckload.
It's actually less than that, Ali. It's 3 and 4 metric tons for an airdrop, and there's 18 metric tons on a truck.
Okay,
so there could be
right.
as many as 5 times as much on these trucks. It's a crime that we're watching these.
Yeah, and then, of course, all right. Thank you for that, John. So we're talking about less than a truckload per airdrop that is not being distributed in any organized or rational way. So it's less than a truckload per airdrop that is not getting to where it needs to be. So,
and it's
again,
not what they need. It's dropping individual ready-to-eat meals, right? They're dropping their packets, like military packets with one meal. So they're not actually even dropping appropriate food that can then be shared by the Palestinians that we've watched have set up these community kitchens where everybody is sharing food. They're dropping from these airdrops ready-to-eat meals.
They look like expired airline meals to me. If you've seen some of these photos, but my point here is that this isn't about there are no roads or Israel doesn't want to let the aid in. So if they're not letting it in by road, why would they let it in by sea?
That was my question earlier, remember?
Coast all along Gaza. It's been shooting and murdering Palestinian fishers for years. So again, it comes down to this is theatrics. This is an announcement that is just designed to put the pressure off the administration to try to give talking points to Democratic Party shills so they can go out and say, oh, look at what Joe Biden is doing. And this is pie in the sky because, even if people are fooled into thinking this is a good idea, well, you don't build a port in a day. It's going to take some time. So be patient.
Because Israel destroyed the port.
Israel has destroyed the port in Gaza. So the point here is that if Joe Biden wants to end the starvation in Gaza, wants to bring medicine to those babies that really saw and treated and in many cases couldn't save, the way to do that is for the United States to order Israel to open the roads, to open the ghetto gates, the gates of the death camp Gaza, and let the aid in. And you think the United States can't order Israel to do that? Yes, they can, because the United States can turn that tap of the weapons and munitions and bombs and guns. And I don't care what anyone says about the Israel lobby. And we had that discussion with Professor John Mearsheimer last week. Yes, the Israel lobby is powerful. We know it's powerful, but still, nothing can, not even the Israel lobby, can stop Joe Biden from picking up the phone right now and saying to the Pentagon, stop the airlift of bombs.
How naive can you be? Of course they can, and they are. Otherwise, you would have done it, dude. Are you serious right now? Of course they can stop it and prevent it. They control your fucking Congress. AIPAC determines who your elected congressional politicians are. Come on, man.
Stop the resupply of spare parts. Stop the sharing of intelligence data or satellite imagery that Israel is using for targeting. He could do that right now, and the aid would start to flow. Am I wrong about that?
No, that's exactly right.
Technically, you're right, but you're being naive.
And they should open the port because Gaza should have a port, and people should be allowed to deliver aid to that port and deliver and export their strawberries and whatever it is that any other sovereign nation has the right to. The Palestinians should have the right to their own border. The fact that all of their borders exist inside the state of Israel is the fundamental crime that we're having all of this catastrophe piled on top of a 17-year siege that completely allows Israel to control day-to-day life in the most unbelievable way. And so let's not throw the baby out with the bathwater. The port should happen. The maritime corridor should happen. Make Biden make the port happen, and then tell Indonesia and any of these countries, Turkey, to float a flotilla of aid in because the French have these ships that are medical ships. They have ships that are electricity generators. They could pull up a ship on the coast and power Gaza and put it back online, put the hospitals to use electricity. Those ships can be floated in. You can't build a port in a day, but you can allow those ships to come in a day. A hospital ship, an electricity ship, ships that bring enough food that you don't have to worry about these trucks that are lined up, because the ships can unload significantly more than that are on those trucks. All of those things should be happening. The port is an absolute requirement to break the siege, and it should be part of any diplomatic deal that the Palestinians and Israelis come up with to resolve, and Hezbollah, because they're involved in this now too in the north, should be demanding that there's port access in Gaza. And it's crazy that Joe Biden is the one to be saying that, because it's such an obvious thing that should have been happening and should be demanded by the international community, that Gaza be allowed to have its own port.
Along with the fully functioning crossings that have been sealed up by Israel. And not just over the last 5 months, but over the last 17 years of this blockade that has become normalized now. Absolutely atrocious.
Thanks for watching this video.
It's atrocious is right. Perfect word for it.
Talmud refers to Gentiles as no better than soulless. The Talmud refers to Gentiles as no better than soulless animals that deserve no consideration. If you're alarmed by that, look it up. The Talmud is the rabbis interpreting the mind of God. Jewish law. It's replete with long tracts of venom and odium for Gentiles or non-Jews. It teaches Jewish supremacy, which has morphed into Zionism, which is political Talmud without the religious baggage. In short, Jews used, abused, corrupted, and influenced peddled everywhere they went. Shakespeare's play The Merchant of Venice depicts the odious Jew as the character of Shylock. He's become a trope for Jewish money lending. America is the latest society to be corrupted by Jewish influences, finance, culture, and values. Abortion is a Jewish value. It's why they defend it so vociferously. America now has a Zionist-occupied government where less than 2% of the American population, which are Jewish, occupy 85% of senior cabinet and secretary positions in government. It has nothing to do with aptitude or intelligence, and everything to do with nepotism and Jews looking out for other Jews to dominate communities, commerce, academia, and entertainment. When this is pointed out to Jews, they deny, and invoke charges of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust to neutralize Jewish critics who point out the obvious. The standard Jewish comeback is that it's all a coincidence, and correlation does not mean causation. Even if you better than soulless animals that Shakespeare used, abused, corrupted, and influenced peddled everywhere they went. Shakespeare's play The Merchant of Venice depicts the odious Jew as the character of Shylock. He's become a trope for Jewish money lending. America is the latest society to be corrupted by Jewish influences, finance, culture, and values. Abortion is a Jewish value. It's why they defend it so vociferously. America now has a Zionist-occupied government where less than 2% of the American population, which are Jewish, occupy 85% of senior cabinet and secretary positions in government. It has nothing to do with aptitude or intelligence, and everything to do with nepotism and Jews looking out for other Jews to dominate communities, commerce, academia, and entertainment. When this is pointed out to Jews, they deny, and invoke charges of anti-Semitism and the Holocaust to neutralize Jewish critics who point out the obvious. The standard Jewish comeback is that it's all a coincidence, and correlation does not mean causation. Even if you point out that the Ivy League schools largely have Jewish presidents, chancellors, or principals, and therefore the majority of admissions are Jewish, they deny it. It's gaslighting. All in your anti-Semitic imagination, despite the facts. It's the ire of communities that eventually have enough of predatory Jewish nature and kick them out. Every major Jewish holiday is about killing and the slaughter of non-Jews. They celebrate death, whereas Christians and even Muslims celebrate life. And herein is the #1 reason why Jews have been expelled over and over for over 2,000 years. The relentless slaughter of civilians in Gaza is Jewish natural behavior. Vengeance is a Jewish trait. The Talmud is full of it.
Boom! Shakalaka laka boom. All right, this is a good time to kind of wind things down here. We'll open up the phone lines. If you want to participate. Last call. This is the last call. Marcus Mitchell, hello.
Hey, Albert, how's it going, man?
How you doing, my brother?
Happy Monday, man.
Happy Monday.
So, why don't our congressman read Isaiah 60 to us? If we have to lick the dust of Israel's feet, why don't Congressman Mike Johnson stand out on the steps and read that to us? Why is it so secret and gay?
Yeah. Bring it out.
It's just like it has to be an occult thing. And the churches are so dumb that you don't see anything. If your school teachers are allowing a cross-dresser into the library and you don't barf, like how dumbed down are we? How much carbon monoxide has built up in our Mexican hotel room?
These are good questions that you pose, my man. Like I said, if you're not homeschooling your kids, you're not a very responsible parent.
Do you think that the Spirit of Christ is really a homosexual cuck demon? That they have, a Catholic does an upside down cross over themselves and they go pray to dead saints. It's like necromancy. It's like opposite George religion.
Yeah.
So if it's like an airplane movie invented by the Jews, there's an Arabic version called Islam. There's a Catholic version called Catholicism. There's a Protestant Christian version. These are all farcical religions. All farcical flavors. This poo-poo platter of stupidity. And they eat it up. They all eat it up. I want to tell Jesus to suck my dick and see what happens.
Okay, that is your right.
Let's test it out.
That is your right as a First Amendment practicing American. Listen, the whole thing about going after people's religions, you and I might believe something and we might be right. And, I think we are right, obviously, that the Abrahamic faiths are Jewish psyops to subjugate. It was a plan to subjugate the non-Jewish Greco-Roman world, right? The Latin, Greek-speaking world of first century Mediterranean, Asia Minor, right? The Roman Empire, right? So
if you look at Simon Magus, even in the book, Simon Magus was baptized. He took over Samaria using witchcraft and vice and.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Jesus, but you believe in witchcraft? I'm confused.
Because if Jesus, the character of Christ, could be like any other dead Catholic saint, it could be like any other entity that's out there. Embellished
but you understand. Okay, this is why I'm somewhat confused because you understand that the Abrahamic faiths are not real, right? But at the same time, you ascribe supernatural powers.
There has to be if you look up radionics boxes, I'll put a link to a warlock who uses them. You can use those things to grow bigger tomatoes, or you can use them to kill your neighbor. You just have to know how. So I'll put a link into this feed about the radionics boxes, and I was talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses. The Jehovah's Witnesses use radionics in their religion, but you have to be an occultist.
Marcus, what is radionics? I've never heard that.
It's before. A radionics box. Radionics, it's a box with like dials on it, and it's like a Ouija board. It's an electric Ouija board. Okay, it'll take a weak charlatan magician and make him a real one. So I'll put a link. I'll put it up there.
Now you're
going to be freaked out.
You're saying that these radionic boxes work?
Yes, they do. If you eat shit and feces and fetuses, they work even better.
How is that?
Because you have to negative yourself in order to work the stick plate. It's like a Ouija board. In order for that dial to stop for you, you have to emanate a certain level of evil. So if you bite the head off of several chickens, it'll work better for you. So you have to derelict yourself. And that's what Israel's doing to us. Like I always use the Event Horizon reference I'm Lawrence Fishburne, and I'm stuck here on this weird ship with a crazy-eyed white man who's telling me that everything's okay. That's Joe Biden. We're all going to die.
Okay, so you think that you don't see a solution? You think this is game over?
I think the horse left the barn, and I can't see it. No, I don't see a solution. No.
Man,
Mexican hotel room.
Man, don't you didn't October 7th fucking give you some kind of indication that things are gonna change? I'll tell you what.
No, that's their beachfront real estate project.
I'll tell you what. Before October 7th.
That's Asbury.
Yeah, I don't know, man. There's a real resistance coalescing around all of this. All of this.
It's
the social.
The resistance.
Now I'm talking about militarily, financially. There's a whole breakaway civilization from the whole SWIFT, American petrodollar, fucking, people.
Yeah, I got
there's something coming together here that should give you some encouragement. You shouldn't,
Well, the Chinese wear black and white suits like the Masons do. We know communism came out of Turkey. It's a dogma religion that they're under. Now, the Chinese caricatures of their language, that's up for debate. But they wear black and suits. They like money and pussy. And they will join Masonry because they were under the Opium Wars, like my housing projects was. And they didn't come out of it too well. They got a jobs program, our jobs.
Well,
we never got a jobs program.
No, we didn't. We never got an infrastructure bill, did we?
No, we did not.
Right.
China got theirs. Right. I think that communist CCP China is Masonic, and they were opium warred into it. And the Japs were bombed into it.
Japanese. Japanese.
Yeah, they the way they had to suffer that way as guinea pigs, which is a ritual sacrifice by fire, essentially.
Yeah, inexcusable.
And they're going to wake up out of it. I hope they do wake up out of it. If it's fake, if it bleeds, we can kill it.
Right. Well,
we just have to work that way.
Thank you for that, Marcus. Appreciate that. The thing about the Japanese is everybody has their sins. There is no group out there free of sin, but some groups have a lot more sins than others. Okay? A lot more.
Very true.
Now, Imperial Japan was no fucking choir boy, right? They did unspeakable things.
No.
They did unspeakable things in Korea and Manchuria. So,
yeah.
But hey, listen, man, the Japanese, they'll get their act together much sooner before we do here. That's for sure. Suleiman, hello.
Very true.
Yeah, I can't hear you, bro. I can't hear you. I still can't.
All
hear
right,
you.
I have this Bluetooth thing.
Now I can hear you. Now I can hear you. Yeah, don't forget the Bluetooth.
I got to turn it off to be able to talk. But no, I just want to tell you, great show as always. I had you on my Bluetooth working in the I'm working the yard. My wife's like, I can see why you like this guy. He sounds just like you. I get so angry, dude, just listening to the bullshit day to day. But I want to emphasize this, with you and with your listeners. We need to come together. We got to stop focusing on the differences amongst religion, amongst cultures. There's no one that's going to be 100% like you. Whether you believe in the Abrahamic religions or not. I think we're all under the umbrella of Gentilism. We're all the enemy. And I think we need to unite around that and realize, we need to focus. We need to focus on the problem. They want us to focus on our differences. They want us to stay divided. So, I'm all for it.
Listen, Suleiman, I'll give you as much time as you need. I'm with you, but when people are asking me for my honest opinion, I'm not going to withhold it or gatekeep. I tell people what I believe. It doesn't mean I'm going to go bang on the Christians and the Muslims and the Jews.
Yeah,
right? They can.
You're supposed to shoot.
And I've had this conversation, and this is one of the ongoing conversations that we have within this community because of shit like the shit that's gone sideways with Khaleesi and Suleiman and DD Politics and all these other fucking people, right? Because it's how much are you going to share? How real are you going to be? And that's it. I'm going to be as real as possible, and I'm going to say things that are going to upset people, challenge their foundational belief systems. They might feel slighted. If you've noticed, there's a bunch of Muslims that used to be regulars here that you don't see anymore, and that's fine. It doesn't matter to me because I don't care if you get butthurt if I'm not challenging you. If we don't challenge ourselves to get to the bottom of the pot and live as truthfully as we can, there's other people you can go to. You can go to more philo-Semitic spaces, more religious spaces. That's not what I do here. But I understand who the enemies of humanity are, okay? And if you want to get on board with that fight, that's fine. If you want to call me a kafir, a non-believer, whatever, I don't give a shit.
I mean,
it doesn't matter to me. The person's opinions don't matter.
I'm with you, Albert. I'm not saying don't speak what's on your mind. I'm just saying the delivery could be, like saying, I think Marcus just said, Jesus could suck my cock. I think he could have said that a little more humbly, instead of alien.
How are you? How are you?
I mean, you could. He could just say he doesn't believe in Jesus Christ, and that's the same message. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
yeah, it's not my. Listen, that's on Marcus.
Yeah,
man, you know, I'm not going to censor people unless you fed post. You can say whatever you
not
want.
at all. I just look. I'm here to bring people together for the common cause, and I think if we could avoid alienating some people that would fall, under our umbrella to fight this cause, then it just helps everyone all around.
I get it, bro. I appreciate that. Marcus, you since he brought you up, I'll give you an opportunity to respond.
Hey, and by the way, I wasn't offended by that. I'm not a religious person, so I don't want you to misconstrue what I'm just saying. If I don't believe in something, I'm trying to, when I talk about Judaism too, I talk to Jews. When I'm talking directly to a Jew, I stick to the facts. I keep my opinions out of it, and that's all we need to do. If we stick to the facts, we have nothing to lose. So. It's when we start throwing our opinions out there, is where the message gets lost and it alienates people.
Marcus Mitchell, you want to respond or should we move on? All right, let's go to her name is Rio. Hello.
Hi, sorry. So I missed what the speaker before was saying about Judaism.
Her name is Rio. Hold on a second, Marcus. You're gonna have to go next. Go ahead. Her name is Rio.
So what was the speaker saying before about coming together and unity? You know what? Like, fine, come together, unite, but this hive mind is also a communist mentality that I don't want to get involved with because it's exactly where they want to put us. So I'm not uniting with the Vax people that wanted to see me locked up in a FEMA camp. Thank you very much. I'm quite happy to leave them behind. And I'm not into hive mind thinking either. Free speech is free speech. And yeah, that's why I love your space, Al. Thank you,
Hey, Albert, I didn't hear that guy. I'm at work, so I didn't hear what he said.
He said that, maybe saying what you said about the Jesus character, you could have done it more humbly by just saying, I don't believe in Jesus instead of like throwing it out, being so inflammatory as to alienate, the Christians and Muslims out there, etc.
Oh, I apologize for that. But what I need you to understand about the witchcraft aspect is that when you look through the Bible and you look at Joseph going to Egypt, marrying the daughter of the priest of On is a masturbation call.
Marcus, first,
hold on a second. You're saying I'm offending. You're saying I'm offending Jesus.
Okay.
You're saying I'm offending religion.
Hold on a second.
Let me go through this.
No, he misconstrued you.
He misconstrued you.
Marcus.
He lied. He lied.
I'm just
Basically, he lied.
Anarchist, do not just start talking when you get the speaker, okay? Don't do that. That's not good form. Put your hand up. Very good. Thank you. Marcus, listen, all I'm saying is you're talking.
I'll keep it down.
You're talking.
I'll keep it down.
Hold on a second. You're speaking allegorically, right? Because Joseph never existed. Okay, you're speaking allegorically.
Oh, the book exists,
Dude,
right?
You confuse the shit.
People believe in the book.
You say you don't believe in Jesus, but you believe in supernatural.
It's an
You
alchemy.
believe in black magic, supernatural shit, and then you tell me about Jesus, about Joseph.
He was an alchemist.
Joseph can also be a gland. It can be a gland.
The Jews run around dressed like Harry Potter every day for a reason. He's a warlock. What's a yeshiva? What's Shiva? That's tantric sex worship.
That's another gland.
The churches
That's
over
another
there?
gland.
What is that? What did he say?
I said that's another gland. That's another gland.
A gland. A gland. Okay, I got you. Now, you know the chakra points. That's where they
not
get
a gland. A gland, like a part of your body.
An anal gland. That's where they generate their power from. Okay, they sit in the sun.
How can you demonstrate? How can you prove that they're getting this supernatural power from performing these black magic rituals? That's what I want to ask you.
All I can do is post videos of rabbis.
I would say the best one would be to experience it yourself.
You don't trust me. I'll show you a well-known History Channel rabbi, Rabbi Ariel Zadok. He will go through how they practice this stuff. I'll post it right now.
Well, listen, they swing chickens around by their necks. They believe in animal sacrifice. They believe in animal sacrifice. I understand they do dark shit, right? I get it. I'm just not convinced that there's maybe they believe in their minds, in their deranged fucking minds, that they're accruing some kind of supernatural points in the heavenly realm, esoterically. But in terms of material supernatural forces, if you can demonstrate that to me, please, I'm all ears.
Okay. So they wear black and white. They're pudgy Polish people. They control everything. There's no migrants in Poland. They're vacuuming out Ukraine. Proof? You want more proof?
Yeah, I'd like to see something fucking supernatural. I like to see one of their bolshams, levitate, float around the room.
All right, so now I have to become a warlock myself and show you that I can do magic, and magic really exists. David Blaine doesn't convince you. The Jews control these cholesterol, these comorbid Polish people running the world. That's not enough evidence for you.
I can make the same argument that they've done this through accruing vast wealth and buying enough influence and having
Listen, there's a world beyond language. There's a world beyond language.
Yeah, the Kabbalah
show it to me.
Magical.
Show it to me.
The Kabbalah
show it to me.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm all for, like I said, I'm all ears. If you can demonstrate this supernatural effect, I'm all ears. And believe me, I'm not discounting it 100%. And I don't know for sure. But I'm not.
Madonna got into Kabbalah, Al. Do you remember when Madonna got into Kabbalah, and then all of a sudden, all of Hollywood was getting into Kabbalah? Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah. But that's just like in-group preference. There's nothing you can say. Oh, well, I got into Kabbalah. I started doing some Kabbalah rituals.
Yeah, but that's the sort of esoteric.
I got a roll.
Dark magic sort of side of Judaism, the Kabbalah, though. That's yeah.
Listen, I understand that they participate in some sick.
But then, are you asking the question for yourself, Albert, or are you asking for the room? Because if you want us to explain to you, we would first ask yourself a question so that we can understand from which direction we need to come and explain to you.
Yeah, listen, I don't. This is what Marcus said is a very it's a very good question, right? Because a lot of people will ascribe to them supernatural powers because they have successfully basically conquered the Western Hemisphere, right? And much of the world, right? In terms of the media, in terms of the narrative, the fake history that they can peddle as truthful, and they've managed to literally hijack our reality and impose an artificial one on the world. So pulling this off is fucking monumental. So I understand the tendency to say there has to be some kind of a supernatural element involved in this kind of a fucking perpetrating this great of a fraud. I get it. But I can also just say, all right, if you have a 3,000-year head start with no scruples, no constraints, a Machiavellian zero-sum, we win, they lose, with this ruthless in-group preference, and then you've managed also to have a very creative, industrious mind that's very good at making money, and you have a banking monopoly for over 1,000 years, and you've accrued vast wealth, and you've enlisted surrogates and foot soldiers through Freemasonry and other secret societies, and you have control of the narrative in terms of the media, publishing, distribution. You control the curriculum. You have the social engineering, right? That explains it.
Yes,
There's no need for the supernatural.
Yes, it explains it. Because if you understand that, unless you don't have beliefs, which is that you would replace by physiological understanding of your body, which is pretty much present in the Bible, amongst those was information coming from the Aster background in your mind and how it influenced its own framework creation. That's pretty much giving you all the answer. As long as you believe in something, someone will come and try to manipulate that thing.
All right, let's go. Suleiman's got his hand up. Go ahead, Suleiman. Hello.
Hey. What's up, guys? I just wanted to say a few things. I wasn't advocating communism or trying to censor speech. All I was trying to say is that there's a much bigger problem at hand than the minor differences amongst the Gentile. And if people could come around to that and realize, like Marcus said, I truly think we're fucked. And I don't think that this is happening by coincidence. I don't think that they're losing the narrative. I think they want the narrative to be exactly where it's at. I don't think it's coincidental that Elon.
So you think that they want people to believe that they're bloodthirsty, murderous villains?
Yes, because it's not everyone that believes that. I mean, I know our numbers are growing, but we're still a minority, and they're trying to incite civil unrest. That's why.
Bro.
Yeah.
The entire world outside of the Western Hemisphere loathes them. Understands that this is a genocide.
Yeah, I could go with that. So let's just say 50% of the world loathes them, but they control 80 to 90% of government, politics, finance, and everything else
in the Western Hemisphere, in the West, not globally.
Oh yeah, I mean, you have the big Russia and China is probably the only two that they don't have full control of, and they probably have influence there too. But
of course,
my point is, I don't think that I think that this is part of their plan. So all I was trying to say is, if we could just unite on common grounds that Zionism is the world's foremost, and put aside our differences and just unite under that. And
okay, but sorry, hang on a sec. What does the action actually look like? Because if we unite, I would want us to unite in a situation like COVID where we don't comply en masse. But that didn't happen, did it? So what action
are you
specifically meaning about the unity thing? What
I specifically didn't comply to any COVID actions. or any COVID
Okay, but
restrictions. And a wise man once said, if you want to see change in the world, you need to have change from within.
I'm
Because
curious real
whatever
quick
you want
about
the world
B'nai
to look
B'rith.
like, you need to manifest it in yourself. So if you could, first of all, to answer your question, the major change should be any dual citizen or any admitted Zionist in any position of power should be expelled from that position immediately.
Okay, but how are you actually going to make that happen?
Well,
This is what I'm saying.
That's why we need to focus on the main problem, the main cause. And if people could wake up to that main cause and realize that this is the issue of our time, for all of humanity, then maybe these protests will be
And
effective.
then what? Storm the Capitol and pull them out of their offices, and
You
then
know,
put them on ships
maybe
back to-
that's
what?
Maybe that would be a question reserved for people that actually yield power. But you know,
But
if
the
it
people
was
that yield power are the ones that we're trying to get out.
no,
Marcus, you need to really think about this. Pal.
there's an axis against that power. They're all censored. They're all underground. I mean, Albert knows better than anyone else, but their voices are still heard. So if we could unite under some kind of common ground to oppose Zionism, which is the main issue here, everything stems from that. And instead of focusing on our differences in religion and culture, the minor political things that they want us to be distracted in, then maybe we could have, for me, I've been advocating for Dr. Shiva. Everyone says, oh, he doesn't have a chance, but they said the same thing about Ron Paul. And if we keep that seed in our mind that we don't have a chance, then we won't have a chance. But we need to switch. We need to flip that switch.
But hang on a second. Okay, I get what you're saying, and I absolutely agree with you. But we can't wait for those who don't want to wake up to wake up. At some point, we have to move forward, and we have to figure out what that forward strategy is going to be.
I agree 100%. And that's why.
So we've got to, the people that are going to make the change are the people that are going to make the change. We can't force the people that don't want to make the change to make the change with us.
That's why I'm saying that each one of us individually needs to make that change from within. And manifest it.
All right, let's go to Jared's peace plan has been waiting patiently with his hand up. Then we'll go back to Marcus Mitchell, and then her name is Rio. Go ahead.
I think the problem with our side is we are not currently able to demonize the quote Zionist unquote. I prefer to call them Jewish supremacists because to me that really hits the nail on the head. Zionist is kind of like this ephemeral, it almost sounds like a term that like a kooky conspiracy theorist would come up with, even though that's what the Jewish supremacists call their ideology. I just think that term Zionist is way too kind of quirky sounding. And I know it takes a lot of courage, but we've got to start calling them out. And I'm not calling out all Jews as supremacists, mind you. I'm actually fond of a lot of Jews. But I definitely think there is a major problem within the Jewish world of supremacism. That is what is allowing them to massacre the Palestinians and be okay with it and subvert societies. And it's got to stop. We have got to put pressure on the good Jews to start speaking out against the bad Jews. I don't know any other way around it.
100%. How about you talking about bad Jews like this guy?
Jew check. Checking in on all my doing a Jew check. Checking in on all my Jewish people, all my Israeli people, all my Zionist people. Hope everybody's feeling good. Don't worry about the bullshit artists. Bullying bullshit artists trying to bully you. Been doing it since the beginning of time, making up things. Genocide. Misusing words. Manipulating. Inciting words. Genocide.
Can you believe the level of projection, right? So thus far.
Who was that?
It's Michael Rappaport, the Jewish wigger.
Oh God. Oh.
Michael Rappaport is a Jewish wigger from Brooklyn, New York, just chucking up on my Jewish people. If you don't think that Jews should have a right to exist in Israel, fuck you.
Remember 2020, George Floyd, all that. The BLM people had a target that they could call white supremacists, And it was so successful. Look at the damage they caused simply by using that word white supremacist, white privilege constantly over and over. And we don't have that currently. Even the pro-Palestinian people like that Ali Abunuma guy, I've been following him for years. I've never heard him once say Jewish supremacist. He just goes on and on about Israel, what Israel is doing to the Palestinians. Nobody cares because they think that it's just some kind of ephemeral thing. They don't get it. They need to start calling out the supremacists within Judaism.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Calling for a ceasefire without even mentioning the hostages. Manipulation. It's been going on since the beginning. Why they hate us, I don't know.
I had no idea, right?
All these fake things. Fake genocide. No one wants to see anybody hurt.
Nobody wants to see anybody hurt. Fake genocide, murdering 25,000 women and children in 5 months. Yeah, it's fake. Didn't happen, right? Rappaport, you fucking idiot. This is another fucking Einstein that doesn't want to ever call into the space. I've had who was it? Cornpop. Cornpop has sent him, I think, 8 DMs or posted it on one of his threads to come in here.
He's back. Remember, people were slaughtered in broad daylight on October 7th. Cocksuckers were calling for a genocide October 8th while they were celebrating what happened on the 7th. Then you call for a ceasefire. Want the hostages back. It's very simple. I've been saying all kinds of things about the Jews since the beginning. Dirty Jews. Jews control the money. They make the money. I'm dirty. It's custom.
You do look dirty.
Nothing dirty about me, the Jews, or Israel. Everybody keep your heads on straight. Stand tall. Stand proud. All right? And bully the bullshit artists.
Bully the fucking bullshit artist bullies.
Albert, did you hear about that rabbi that went on Suleiman and Khalisi's show and what he said?
No, what he said?
He was supposed to be an anti-Zionist rabbi. And when Suleiman wanted to talk about Jewish supremacism, he got real defensive. He got really nasty, and he started accusing Khalisi of bringing up a trope when she was asking about the 109. Yeah, she was asking.
It was hilarious, Jared.
Oh my God! And
she was bringing up a trope.
She was actually being very kind and like trying to get his basically to have him defend Jews, and he took it the wrong way. And
see, that's why I tell those people.
But by the end of the show,
I tell them all the time. Listen,
go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. You finish it.
Well, by the end of the show, you could tell Khalisi was just tired of his bullshit. But she was polite. But the next day or a couple of days later, they had a show about it, and she was so pissed. She was talking about Jewish supremacism for the first time, and I mean, they know
exactly.
They're a little behind the times.
She's being
hold on a second. Sorry. Hold on a second. Her name is. I was on her space with Suleiman like 3 months ago.
Yeah.
And she tried to browbeat me. Oh,
right.
I thought you'd never stop with the Jewish this, Jewish that.
Oh yeah.
I was like, you know what? You're so fucking naive. And I was totally talking about the Jewish supremacy issue,
right?
And how they have no balls, and they refer to everything as Zionist, right? So if she's coming around, good for her. But and that's when I said, that's when Adam Green and myself publicly challenged her and Suleiman to a debate on it's Zionism, it's not Judaism.
Yeah, they've been so disingenuous about it since the beginning, and that's why I stopped listening to them, because I was like, you guys aren't being honest here. I agree. And then they fell flat on their faces.
Again, is Cosmic in here? Cosmic Johnson.
She's just Swift. That's all.
Cosmic Johnson told me that you have to understand, Bert, that these guys are in Britain and the UK, and you can be arrested for talking like that. So I kind of took a step back, right? I was like, all right, well, that's bullshit that you guys don't have free speech. But I mean, I don't know, man. If they try to pull this in this country, the international remembrance, blah, 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 make it federal. It's already on the books in some states, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But if they actually implement that and start putting people in jail, they're going to have to allocate tens of billions of dollars to build more fucking prisons in America. You understand?
Yeah,
I
know in Germany, it's, Holocaust denial is illegal, but I don't know if you'll get arrested for talking about Jews online in England. I don't think that's true.
I hope not. I hope not.
I mean, in Scotland, you can end up in jail just for what we just said.
Yes, in France, in Germany,
in France also. Yes.
Yeah. In France, they got my boy. What's his name? That writer, the Goy guy, the guy who wears all the Goy shirts. What's his name? I thought Ankfist would know that, but I guess not. Let's go to Suleiman with his hand up. Suleiman, hello.
Hey, I was gonna say, you kind of touched on this, but a lot of these people that want to talk about Jews, but use the term Zionist or some other term, it's because because of the laws, because of the censorship, so they have to kind of work their way around it, So, maybe we should have a space one day on just how to maneuver the political landscape with the right terminology, because if it's up to me,
listen, it's not about the right terminology. It's about the terminology that won't get you fired or arrested.
That's what I mean. Because if we just say Jews, then a lot of people would lose their jobs, lose their platform, and not be able to express, which is the truth. They are on the tippy top. I don't know if they're Jews, they're Zionist Jews,
that's our reality. It doesn't make it right. We don't have free speech, is what you're saying.
No, we don't. It's the guise of free speech, but you post something on Facebook or Instagram and you mention Jews, and it's shadow banned. Nobody sees it. So it's a different form of censorship. And I think there's a few states, maybe 20, 25 states in the US that passed hate speech laws deeming Zionist or anti-Semitic. You could get prosecuted for that. So, or the BDS movement. So they're working to censor, and just depending on what state you're in or what country you're in, people are trying to maneuver around these laws. So like I said, we just got to keep an open mind to everyone from where they're coming.
They're trying to bring. Listen, they're trying to bring that shit here. What they have in Europe, arresting senior citizens and German grandmothers, putting them in jail multiple times because of just simply telling the truth. It's horrible. Go ahead, Marcus. You wanted to say something?
So I just posted those videos up, and the Rabbi Ariel, he'll explain how they practice astral projection, which is the out-of-body experience, which is taught in yeshiva. So they will project out of their bodies, like you see the Hindu Indian has the red dot at that chakra point, and they will go up their silver cord, and they will presume an avatar, let's say a piranha or a head lice or anything else, come back down in an astral mummery and attack you. That's what happened to Ted Pike. You know about Reverend Ted Pike and Lynn Pike,
yep,
and his work, that the other Israel and his work against the ADL. And we know the ADL was started over a Jew murdering some Southern woman. He tried to pin it on a black man. And that the whole opposite
You're
George
talking
lifestyle of the Jew.
You're talking about Leo Frank sexually brutalizing, torturing, and murdering Mary Fagan in Georgia.
Yep. And then trying to put it on the black man down there when he was the guilty party.
Yeah, he tried to pin it on the janitor of the school. Of the janitor of the facility, the warehouse, the business that he operated. Cornpop, hello.
Yeah, also what he's saying is absolutely correct, and they work for all intel on all over the world. Remote viewing is like a job. We have many experiencers in the UFO space, coming and recollecting memories of what they've done for whichever government, remote viewing and finding information from elsewhere. So
Cornpop,
I'm just
hello.
saying that it may sound a little bit crazy, but it's really, really possible that it's perfectly fine. I don't see anything that doesn't resemble what's reality indeed.
Hello?
Marcus is just correct. I mean, a lot of aspects of the ways informations are exchanged and which is told and which is written, that's two words right there. Evaluating or moving. I mean, there's no way to really understand really what's happening. So each and every year we just have a small portion of what's possible to understand, and it manifests in the way you like it to manifest. For you, it can be different from anyone else, and that's
Well,
where
I'd like
we
to,
are.
I'd like to see. I'd
We are
like to
not
see it
divided.
demonstrated.
That's
I'd like
what
to-
I'm saying. It's just an
Okay.
illusion. It's an illusion. You can push,
Okay.
but there's nothing
Cornpop.
to push.
Cornpop, are you out there, brother? Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So I just wanted to say a few things. First, Al, maybe to get this whole debate about whether the occult is real or not, maybe you can throw like a occult Ouija board space, and we can all like, you know, throw a few spells and hexes around and just see what happens.
Yeah, I asked what's his name to do it, right? The guy Liam. I asked
Liam,
Liam
yeah.
to do it. He's into the tarot cards and the cosmology and the spiritual, I guess, alchemy, right? So I asked him to do it for us, to already do that, to do some rituals and tell us what he maybe record it somehow and share his research.
Yeah. And then, you know, maybe it might be better if we have a bunch of people kind of like, you know, putting the energy towards that. Also,
But is that,
so concerning,
is putting energy into that, is that like a good thing or a bad thing? I mean, I don't even know. What are we trying to conjure here? What are you trying to to achieve?
That's where you don't have that duality. You live in and even in the religion, it's always going to be Trinity. So, I mean, if you want to, there is this duality. That's where we are under threat because we are not able to exchange and to come to conclusion that wouldn't be detrimental to which one of us. That's all. And because they are Jewish, they pretty much are doing what we wouldn't be able to speak about.
dude, now I'm wondering if all the magicians are Jews, like David Blaine and
David
which ones?
Copperfield?
They definitely sound like they are from their names.
Yeah. Harry Houdini was Jewish.
Jesus Christ. But yeah, and also another thing. So concerning the whole term Zionist, I'm Serbian myself. So 30 years ago, if you know anything about the collapse of Yugoslavia, we had our own. We had to deal with our own supremacists and all of that. So they were called Ustaše. So you know, it's kind of like it goes in the same kind of sense that they had their own term for, or we had our own term for our supremacists. So, you know, the Jews have their own Zionist term. So I'm fine with using that, Zionist, but also I don't mind using Jew supremacist because, I mean, I don't think that many people even know what the Zionist is. You know, it's much easier just to say Jewish supremacist and
it's more
be done
honest.
with it.
It's more honest. It's more straightforward. I agree.
Yeah.
Is that it, Cornpop? You done? Or you got?
And I just wanted to say, Al, people can't get enough of you, dude. So maybe you just need to like start thinking about starting a network or some shit like Alex Jones, and then, you know, when you're done, in comes the next guy, and so on. But yeah.
I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man. As the Talmud tells us, the older will serve the younger. And I hope you Gentiles will understand this allegory of ours. The firstborn twin, Esau, the firstborn twin of Isaac, that is. Esau, the ruddy, red-haired prince, will serve his younger brother, Yaakov, Jacob, who became Israel. And I hope you understand this allegory and take it to heart, because you will understand your place before the Jewish people. On your knees as slaves. Baruch Hashem. All right. Suleiman has his hand up. Suleiman, hello.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to say one thing about this cult worship thing. I think we're asking the wrong question. I don't think the question should be whether it exists or not. I think the question should be, do they believe it? Do they practice it? And
yeah, they believe it.
They believe.
You know what? They definitely. I don't know if they believe it, but they certainly practice it. And it's one of those things. Like, okay, you ask yourself this all. At least I ask myself this all the time. Do the rabbis really believe the bullshit, the Jewish bullshit? And I have to tell you, I'm pretty much convinced that most of them probably do not. Okay, most of them probably know they're completely full of shit, but it's their job to be pathological liars. So they embrace that job wholeheartedly. That's the way I kind of come at this, you know. Go ahead, Suleiman.
Yeah, I was gonna say something along the lines. I mean, whether they believe it or not, they definitely practice it, and they definitely manifest it through their occult worship, through their inside signals. You know, I mean, I'm sure all you've seen the 2012 Super Bowl.
Hold on a second, buddy. Hold on a second. Go ahead. I just accidentally. I tried to mute my mic and I mute everybody because the buttons are right next to each other. Go ahead, Suleiman, and then we'll go to Sapien. Go.
No, I was just saying. I mean, whether it exists or not, I don't think it's the right question. I think it's obvious that they practice in it, and whether they practice it to include other Zionists in their club to make them feel inclusive. That's one thing, but they definitely manifest it through, their media, their TV. They have these inside jokes or symbolism that only, I guess, only the people that know would understand. I mean, everyone's familiar with I think the 2012 Super Bowl halftime show, which was a foreshadowing of the scamdemic that happened in 2019. With the babies in the hospitals and the vaccines and the devil looking like
It's a cognitive war. It's your front lobe. I mean, there's many sides in your brain, and one is the place of war.
Predictive programming.
Absolutely.
Just say predictive programming. Go ahead, Sapien.
Bear in mind.
Thank you, Albert. Yeah, just want to add also regarding the European cancel culture in Europe and censorship. So I've seen multiple videos, for example, in France and Germany and UK, where they arrested people just for waving the Palestinian flag. And in Sweden also, I've seen like someone had the Palestinian flag in his house, so just came to him and forcefully remove it. So in Europe is much, much worse, the cancel culture, than here in the US.
Yes, 100%. 100%. Jared's peace plan. Hello.
So, did you see the news about the anti-Semitism bill that Kristi Noem passed in South Dakota?
Yes.
I got a question for you. So, I think you're familiar with the anti-BDS bills that have passed, and I don't believe that those are legitimate and constitutional, but you can sort of see their, we're not saying you can't boycott Israel. We're saying you can't do state business with the state. But with these laws, it's like, are they really trying to say that we will put you in jail if you say something bad about Jews?
Yes, that's what they're saying.
In the bills, what are the fines? What are the criminal penalties?
Oh, I have no idea. I know they want to criminalize anti-Semitism, so-called anti-Semitism, because it's not anti-Semitism at all. Actually, they're not even Semites. Well, the majority of them are not Semites.
So where is the ACLU?
The ACLU is pretty much in league with the tribe. You know that.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable. It's like, are they really going there? Like, I've been telling people that these laws are just for show because in America we don't have hate speech. But I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe they will put people in jail. I hope we get some test cases, and I hope somebody is brave enough to defend the people who break these laws.
Well, you know, if you're going to be technical, we're all breaking them right now, aren't we? You can't criticize Israel. That's anti-Semitic. You can't say they're not chosen. That's anti-Semitic. You can't say that 6 million number didn't happen. That's anti-Semitic. I remember going through the whatever 13 examples or 11 examples or something, and there was like 2 or 3 that I didn't engage in, right? And I don't hate Jews, and I'm not an anti-Semite. I'm a Semite. I am Semitic. Do I hate myself? Sometimes I do.
Oh, are you Arab American?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Awesome.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Cool.
Yeah. They call me the Pharaoh, bro. Come on. What'd you think I was? Eskimo?
Have you read the Zohar, Albert?
No. Have you read?
So you don't see the sex magic.
Have you read the Tanya?
It's a Russian Spanish book. I'm trying to thumb my way through it. It's kind of I got to make a lot of copious notes to follow along with the Zivug and the Orla. Now the Zivug is coupling. The Orla is the tip of the dick. And this is what they are practicing for tantric astral projection. And if you look at the crash site at Shanksville, PA, it has several different Hindu and other religions in there that show that these Jews have turned to Shiva and even Baal worship to accomplish their goals. And you got to read the Zohar because it tells you everything. I'm going through it. I'm like page 100. It's a Russian Spanish book. It's going to be difficult, but it's rewarding on the other end.
I would just rather get the cliff notes, the craziest shit.
Then you only get somebody else's understanding. You have to learn Spanish and Russian. That's the only way you're going to understand them.
Well, yeah. I mean, you should read it in the source material. The source material in their the first language. Right. There's always shit that gets lost in the translation or misrepresented. Right. That's why they tell you.
Yes, sir.
That's why they tell you to read the Septuagint in Greek. Right.
Within the first 100 pages of Zohar, you will see the sex magic. You will see in a cave for 13 years.
Bro,
he was in a cave for 13.
I know they do some dark shit, bro. I know they do. I know that Crowley had the whole sex thelema magic, right? And that was like based on the Kabbalah and the Tribists, and he was very much influenced by them. Yeah, I get it, man. It's a problem. It's a big problem.
And they're controlling Gentile masonry through this stuff. You got the police. They're all controlled through this stuff. It's like Cop Rock. Remember Cop Rock, that stupid show with the cops dancing around? Didn't last too long, son.
All right. Let's. I'm gonna wind this down. I've been going long enough. I gotta eat something and relax. And I'm still sick. I'm trying to take some medicine and shit.
Hey, buddy, can I recommend something? Can I recommend something for your health?
Yeah, go ahead.
NAC and glycine, those two antioxidants are so important. They're anti-aging. They're good for your immune system. Look them up. NAC and glycine.
Put it. Send me a DM.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, Jared. All right, guys. So we're gonna wind it down for today. We started at 10:30 a.m. You know, put in a full day. Appreciate you all. I'll see you guys back here tomorrow. Another space, another day, and it's going to be, and I can already predict it, another Israeli Jewish atrocity and massacre, right? We already know we've been conditioned to accept it, but you know what? We can never let them normalize genocide. Never. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Truthers united will never be defeated or divided.
Hey, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down there for more AM Joy and the rest of MSNBC. And click on any of the videos right here to watch the latest interviews and highlights. And you can get more videos from MSNBC for free every day with our newsletter. Just visit